tonight has arrived.
Where heavyweight champion Mr. Wonderful, Phil Davis, makes his first title defense.
The truth is, I'm the champion. I'm the best in the entire world.
In a highly anticipated rematch with Bellator newcomer Ryan Bader.
I want to go out there and finish Phil Davis. I'm going to have the belt for a long time.
Plus, undefeated Irish phenom James Gallagher.
I'm going strangling!
Battles Machida.
Man, that was quick!
It's a world championship night.
From the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Opened on February 11th, 1968. It is the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. And for the very first time in Bellator history, we are inside the Mecca with the rematch between Phil Davis and Ryan Bader with the Bellator Light Heavyweight Championship on the line. Arriving earlier, Ryan Bader, who will enter the Bellator cage for the first time tonight, and he plans on leaving with the belt, which presently belongs to light heavyweight champion Phil Davis. Bellator Gold on the line here inside the world's most famous arena. But first, the boxing world champion from Brooklyn, Heather Hardy, makes her MMA debut against Alice Yauger. Our tale of the tape.
What else can you highlight? 4-5 versus a pro debuter, Alice Yauger. Much more MMA experience.
All right, let's get it started officially with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome. Tonight, live on Spike, Miller Lite presents the New York debut of Bellator MMA. From Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, Bellator 180 begins now with flyweights inside the cage set for 3 5-minute rounds brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. And now, introducing the blue corner first. At 5'4", she weighed in 125.6 pounds. Her professional record stands at 4-5, fighting out of Fort Worth and hailing from Burleson, Texas. Introducing Alice, the soccer mom, Yauger. And across the cage, her adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'5", weighing in 125.2 pounds. An undefeated champion in professional boxing. Tonight, she makes her professional MMA debut, fighting out of Brooklyn, New York, presenting Heather the Heat Hardy. In charge of the action, your referee, Big John McCarthy.
Big John McCarthy, our referee, as we get things started. Heather Hardy, Alice Yauger.
You ready? Get up.
Here we go! Yauger in the blue gloves, Hardy in the white top and in the red gloves.
Yauger staying true to her word. She's stepping forward and throwing.
Immediately, she comes out as the aggressor. How clinch early.
Yeah, how Heather Hardy deals with this position will tell us a lot. So far, she's doing well and she's out of it.
We know one thing. She is a tough young lady, and she showed it throughout her boxing career. She was a grinder. She said, I didn't box like a Holly Holm. I was a grinder. I was an in-your-face type fighter. She was called it, once in a while, the female Arturo Gatti. That's another battle.
That's a compliment for sure.
But right now, Yauger bringing it.
And what she's throwing now are a lot of overhand rights. She's tagged Yauger with a couple of those. There's another one a little bit straighter.
To the body. Let's see if Heather Hardy starts throwing kicks or if it's just the hands. Very dangerous hands.
If you're a boxer, you stick with what's working. Right now, the hands are working.
Yes.
Cut on blues due to a punch.
haven't seen from Yauger is a level change, any attempted takedown. She's tried to clinch a bit. That's going to put her right in punching range, trying to get in there.
That was a nice counter by Alice Yauger with the right hand. There's the kick from Hardy.
The right hand over the top. She's catching Yauger, bringing that left hand down. See when she starts throwing, it goes down to her waist.
Nice jab.
Every time Yauger has thrown the right hand, she drops that left. And that right hand is always going to meet it. Every time she sees that opening, she's taking advantage of it with the right.
Cut over the left eye of Alice Yauger.
Nice left hook.
And immediately the jab works again. Jimmy, Heather Hardy was very precise in telling us the difference between boxing and utilizing your boxing in mixed martial arts.
Yeah, people think you just have to add wrestling or jiu-jitsu and you'll have the complete package. The way you box in MMA, the way you use kickboxing in MMA is very different. You have to make those adjustments. The range is different, the weapons your opponent has are different. And she respects that, she really does.
You said the way you stand, your front leg, your distance, how much you commit, you can't lean on your opponent. So she knows that and she's trained it. Now she's trying to show it.
Heather Hardy showing a lot of confidence. Look how she's dropping that left hand all the way down by her waist. She's relying on her ability to read the punches of Yauger. Nice knee. Yauger's had her moments. She's landed some of her own punches. She did a good job with that knee, but she hasn't quite strung together her attacks yet. Hardy's been a lot busier and more accurate. She's trying to throw that knee to catch Hardy extended when she throws her punches. You see how she leans over her leg a little bit?
Yep.
That's why Yauger keeps throwing that knee, trying to catch her extended. Not able to capitalize.
She did, she tried to. There's some Muay Thai from Alice Yauger. She's trying to show Heather Hardy things that maybe Heather Hardy hasn't seen. She hasn't seen it professionally, obviously, but in training.
Right. You want to show her everything but boxing.
And it's different once you actually walk into the cage.
What is it? Everybody's got a plan until they get hit?
That's it.
But neither fighter is fighting intimidated. They're both going after it. Yauger by her opponent. Heather Hardy by the big lights.
Oh, she got caught.
Great.
But Hardy's bloodied up too, Jimmy.
Yes. Both of them have had their moments.
With the top. Good start. Wow, great to be here inside Madison Square Garden. They're bringing it tonight.
Nice block of that, huh? Good job. Ready? Get up!
Heather Hardy's corner said no more kicks. She doesn't need to utilize kicks, they said. Just use your hands. Look for the counter.
Yeah, and they've been at punching range most of this fight. I agree with that advice. No need to overextend yourself like that. Oh, that was a good kick. Alice Yauger has basically been willing to engage her at punching range. Yauger, I think, has figured out I need to get a little unorthodox through the knees and kicks a little bit more. She started out throwing punches. I think she learned her lesson with that one.
Oh, another good counter by Yauger. It was a very close first 5 minutes, Jimmy. How'd you score it?
I gave it 10-9 Hardy because I thought she was a little more accurate with her punches. Landed some good overhand rights. She just did a little bit more damage. Make no mistake, Yauger had her moments there. She's got to string it together and get an offensive sequence that really works for her. She's great in spurts, but she has to put it together. Maybe going back to that clinch would be a good idea. She was throwing some brutal knees in round one.
She's definitely one of the toughest soccer moms in the world.
That's true.
Believe it or not, she once weighed over 200 pounds when she began her MMA training back in May of 2013. Her husband, Brian, in the corner tonight, a brown belt in judo.
Nice right hand. That's the punch that has really been money for Heather Hardy. That overhand right.
And Yauger said to us, Jimmy, that all 9 of her MMA fights have all been battles. They've been wars. They've been like this pace.
The Middleton fight, that was a war as well. On the losing end of that, but man, she put everything into it.
Her Bellator debut back in January. Whoa, big swing and a miss. Or did she just clip her because there's some blood on the cheek now?
She clipped her with that straight right.
Yep.
Came after the overhand. It might be a good strategy is hit her with a different kind of right hand. She's been throwing these windmill rights. She tightens up a little bit. It's possible Yauger won't be able to see it.
Brooklyn's Hardy, the favorite here in Madison Square Garden. She is boxed at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. As she comes forward, just past the midway point of this fight. And she's swinging. Good kick.
Surprised Yauger doesn't lean more on those leg kicks. She's been so willing to exchange punches with Heather Hardy.
Yauger went as far, Jimmy, is saying, okay, they're 3-minute rounds of boxing. She hasn't been involved in 5-minute rounds.
True, that is a difference, but I'm telling you, she's been training for 5-minute rounds.
For a long time.
Yes.
She said, I come from a long line of really tough women.
What we haven't seen from Yauger is that level change. Double leg, single leg, high crotch attack. She's kind of pushing forward to get the clinch. She's eating some punches, trying to get in with that nice right hand. That's where you counter a leg kick if you're not used to it. Checking takes a long time to learn. The first thing you teach somebody who doesn't have Muay Thai experience, they kick, you punch. Checking takes a while to get.
This is exactly how a show should start inside the Mecca.
Exactly.
Heather Hardy fought 132 professional rounds in her boxing career. Under a minute here. Good right hand.
Another good right. Still finding a home for it.
Waiting down on her mouthpiece.
Watch it.
Yauger with the clinch. Nice knee. Answer.
One of the problems is that Heather Hardy has done a good job of pushing Yauger back with her punches. Where that clinch would really be effective is if she can get Heather Hardy against the fence, limit her ability to get out and really lay on those knees. And so far, that really hasn't been an option.
Ooh. Second round in the book.
So much of this fight at boxing range, and that has been great for Heather Hardy. She's found an opening for the overhand right over and over and over again.
Third and final round. Hardy's corner said, do not brawl. Don't get into a brawl with her. Yauger's corner, Jimmy said, we got to treat this round like we need to finish Heather Hardy.
I completely agree. I have her down 2 rounds to none. Both of them 10-9. She's had her moments, but Heather Hardy has done more damage.
Brooklyn zone getting the love.
Here's one thing Heather Hardy keeps doing. She keeps popping out of range. She keeps slipping and sliding. She's doing a great job at slipping punches, but when she does, she's so far out of range she can't return. She needs to slip and be a little bit closer so she can counterattack.
That, though, is the adjustment from pure boxing to MMA.
Exactly. And look at the volume. Hardy just busier. She's throwing a lot more. She's throwing better combinations. See that right there? She slipped the punch, but she's not quite in range to throw a counter shot. She's a little too far out. Make them miss, make them pay.
Yep. Slip and rip.
Yep, she's doing a great job of getting out of the way, but she's not quite in return range.
The main reason for that, Jimmy, is because every time they go to the clinch, it seems like here, Yauger gets the better of Hardy.
Yep. But she hasn't been able to get him to the floor, hasn't been able to really capitalize. She's easily out.
Again, aggressive Heather Hardy with the big swing. Changing levels now. Third round. And again, Hardy in the red gloves going over the top.
Yauger's not moving her head enough. She's not keeping that left hand high. She's not closing that door to the right hand. That's why Heather Hardy keeps walking through it.
There's the knee again.
But they've been fewer and further between as the rounds have progressed.
Which has a lot to do with the damage that Hardy's putting on Yauger.
Come back to that right hand.
Oh, nice switch kick.
Good job keeping that right hand up. Always tell fighters, keep your hands up. You don't have to see everything.
There you go.
You don't have to read every strike.
Yeah, that hands down, chin up is never a good way to defend against strikes.
Unless you are Roy Jones fast, I suggest you don't do that.
90 seconds.
You saw that reaching grab, no level change on that, no commitment to the double leg. It's easy for Heather Hardy to just shrug that off.
Such great combat sports history inside this building. And when we asked Alice Yauger about fighting here, she said, well, I'm a big Billy Joel fan.
That's exactly what she said.
Yeah, okay.
I know.
All right, good, great.
Billy,
Great. Piano Man, fantastic.
Yep. He has fought
Look
here
at me.
more, or pardon me, played
It's
here
all right.
more
It's going to be all right.
than Elton John, the most
Uh-oh,
ever.
bad cut.
Big,
Bill,
big
we got a
cut.
time.
Wow, depending on where that is, that might be a fight stopper. Just here, it's a headbutt.
It's all right. Don't worry about it, okay? I just want you to look at it from a
Yeah, that's a headbutt.
Yep.
Now, did Big John see that? As we can see, it was clearly a headbutt, but that's the difference between a loss and a win, is whether or not he saw that that was a headbutt. I didn't hear him tell
Good, okay, thank you.
the
Yep,
judges.
we're good.
They're going to keep going. It doesn't
Stay right
matter.
there. Get a clash of heads.
Yeah, he saw it. You just told him, clash of heads.
Okay? Come over here. Come over here. Look at that was a clash of heads that caused that. It wasn't your fault. Okay, be careful with your head inside, okay? Are we ready? Fight.
Right back at it. Right to the center of the cage. Under a minute remains.
Yauger looks like she's energized by that cut. Oh, a good combination by Hardy. Good right hand. She could have finished her right there if she had gone after her. She's still wobbly.
That's that boxer mentality.
Yeah.
Get back up. Where's the 8 count? 30 seconds.
Yauger's just holding on now. Big John is very, very close to stopping this.
Hardy with the barrage of punches. Heather Hardy, it is all over. Heather Hardy her professional debut.
What an awesome sequence at the end after the cut. Yauger looked like she was going in with more energy, and Heather Hardy stops her in her tracks. Great stuff. The right hand had been money all night for Heather Hardy. Bang, look at it here, right on the chin. Yauger gets up wobbly. She never got her legs back under her. As soon as she pops up, you knew she was hurt. And Heather Hardy, with her boxing experience, was not about to let Yauger off the hook. Big John McCarthy all over this, just waiting for the right time to step in. And this right hand right here, bang, he saw enough. And that is all she wrote. The boxer, appropriately enough, finishes it with punches on the feet. Great job, great MMA debut, great way to start off Bellator 180.
She was very busy, as Jimmy talked about, threw nearly 300 punches to make it official. Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Big John McCarthy steps in, waves off the contest due to unanswered strikes. Official time, 4 minutes, 47 seconds into round number 3. The winner by TKO, Heather the Heat Hardy.
Don't forget, Phil Davis, 4-0 in the Bellator cage, looks to defend his light heavyweight championship against the Season 8 Ultimate Fighter winner, Ryan Darth Bader. They will collide later tonight. Our tale of the tape.
Shinzo Machida at 40 has t-shirts older than James Gallagher, I bet.
And old DVDs and VHS tapes and many other things. Here is Michael C. Williams.
From the Mecca of combat sports, Madison Square Garden, Bellator MMA presented by Miller Lite now goes to 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing the blue corner at 5'9", weighing in 146 pounds even. As a professional, 5 wins, 2 losses from Belém, Pará, Brazil. He fights out of Los Angeles, California, Shinzo Machida. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'9", weighing in 144.4 pounds. The undefeated professional enters tonight with 6 professional victories, no defeats, proudly hailing from and fighting out of Strabane, Ireland, presenting James the Strabane Gallagher. In charge of the action, referee Rob Hines.
So Rob Hines, our referee, as the 20-year-old meets the 40-year-old here at Madison Square Garden. Shinzo Machida and James Gallagher. Here we go. Gallagher came out running.
But he didn't engage with strikes. He's not going to run into something. One of those kicks, one of those uppercuts. He ran across and then took his time.
He's 6-0, 5 of his wins by submission, all by choke. 4 in the first round. So he may feel confident striking with Machida, but he's got an excellent ground game. Both men do.
One thing to keep in mind is Gallagher has a background in karate. He's used to the stances, he's used to the kicks and the angles. He said, I don't really fight much like that anymore, but I know how to do it.
Shinzo with the kick and follows it up.
Diving in for the takedown, he gets it.
Machida, Shotokan Karate black belt, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
I was able to train with Gallagher last time I was in London, and he has great fundamentals. He really knows where to put his weight. Excellent transitions right there to full mount.
That was quick.
Yeah, I was impressed by his fundamentals, his technique.
He has spent a lot of time training with Gunnar Nelson in Iceland, and that is a great partner to work on your ground game with.
There's a lot of time on the clock. You don't want to be in a bad position with 3:30 left to go in the round.
Let's see what Gallagher does from here and how patient he is.
Machida trying to sneak out on his left side. You got to put your back to the mat. And see how Gallagher's trying to pull him over to the right. That's his key to negate that. Now body triangle. Gallagher, very long legs. Machida's cut around the left eye.
You can see some of the blood on the canvas and continuous strikes from young James Gallagher. Chinzo just trying to cover up. This is his move. Rear naked choke in round 1.
Using strikes just to set it up, just to get Chinzo Machida's chin back. He got it.
It is all over! James Gallagher once again by rear naked choke.
Some people might have expected him to win this fight, but not in such a dominant fashion. That was a wipeout for Gallagher. Wow. Against a guy who had looked great in Bellator, who had won by knockout, that meant nothing to this kid.
His first professional fight in North America, and he finishes it in the first round by rear naked choke.
So patient on the back, just using those short strikes. Look how it pops his head back. It pops the forehead of Chinzo Machida back just enough to get that arm underneath the chin. And what you hear, it is good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time. 2 minutes, 22 seconds into round number 1. The winner by submission, still undefeated, James the Strap Animal Gallagher.
Jimmy will visit with the youngster.
I'm here with your winner, James Gallagher. James, there's confidence, and then there's sprinting across the cage confidence. Everything looked like you wanted a first-round finish.
I'm always here for the first round finish. When I say I do, I always come and do. Every time.
You said more people were coming over to watch you in this fight than when you fought in the UK. Did you feel the support out there?
Just listen to this crowd. Look at that. There's tricolors everywhere. This is my place.
Deep division, a lot of names at 145, any of them on your radar?
The belt. Look up there at that place. Next time you come back here, my picture's going up there with that belt over my shoulder.
You heard it, Pitbull. He's coming for the belt.
Big Bird, get the fry on. I'm coming home tomorrow to celebrate.
James Gallagher, ladies and gentlemen, give him a hand.
Up next, light heavyweight world champion, Bill Mr. Wonderful Davis.
Oh my God! Monstrous impact.
Defends his crown as Ryan Darth Vader makes his highly anticipated debut. It's the main event from Madison Square Garden when Bellator MMA returns.
The first time they met in January of 2015, Ryan Bader won by split decision. They will meet again tonight with the light heavyweight belt on the line.
I mean, if nobody else is going to volunteer for it, it's me. I am the best light heavyweight in Bellator.
Oh my God! Never in doubt. Man, I don't even know what just happened. You knocked him out. Is that what happened?
You know, when I get a guy in a tough position, I want them to wonder, what about this looked cool when I saw it on TV?
Man, he's going hard for that Kimura. This guy is dangerous everywhere.
Phil Davis didn't just take that belt, he ripped it from the waist of Liam McGeary. That's why he has it.
The new light heavyweight world champion.
It's the cherry on top of your career. If you're the champion, you know, you're the best. You're the best in the entire world.
You're looking at the next light heavyweight champion right now because it's right here. I could be in grandma's basement or in Madison Square Garden. I'm gonna go out there to whoop your ass, and that's it.
Ryan Bader, what he wants to do is come in and immediately be the man.
I've got a target on my back. You know, I'm coming over to the top 5 guy. A lot of people, they're gonna realize once they get in that cage with me, it's a different level.
Phil Davis lost to Ryan Bader the first time they fought. He wants that win back. This time, he's the champion.
In order to cultivate a tough mindset, it's a matter of being able to lose and getting up the next morning, coming in, facing the same guy again and saying, I'm gonna win. I'm ready to overwhelm him. I'm ready to get in his head and beat him from the inside out.
I gotta beat him down. I gotta crush him. I gotta take his soul. I just gotta mentally break him out there.
I don't have 5 rounds for this fight. You're going to get one of 2 things. You're going to get a knockout or you're going to get a submission.
I'm here to wreck shop. I'm gonna put my stamp on this division. I'm gonna get that belt and I'm gonna retire with that belt.
I'm ready to overwhelm him and then I'm going to break him physically. I won't allow it to be any other way. I will not allow it to be any other way.
And now, ready to make his way to the cage, Ryan Darth Bader.
Ryan Bader set to make his Bellator debut. 34 years old, 2-time Division I All-American at Arizona State. Jimmy, he has changed up everything. Jair Lorenzo from Novo União has been his main trainer. He is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt under Andre Pederneiras. We know the whole story. Ryan Bader said he's improved in the last 6 months more than any time in his professional career.
He said his coach came in with a stack of notes, a stack on Phil Davis, and they broke down every single aspect, every single attack, every defense. He says, I've never been more prepared for a fight. Let's see if he can implement it tonight.
All right, Jimmy, your keys to victory.
Now look, he's got to impose his will. He's a big physical guy. He wants to be in the chest of Phil Davis and be ready for 5 rounds. He's in a championship fight. Rounds 4 and 5 are crucial.
Bader has had 4 non-title main event 5-round fights.
That's right.
And now, the reigning Bellator light heavyweight world champion, Phil, Mr. Wonderful Davis.
Back in their wrestling days, Phil Davis defeated Ryan Bader in 2004 and in 2005. Everybody knows by now that the first fight went to Bader by split decision at 4 a.m. in Stockholm, Sweden. When we asked Phil Davis the other day, Jimmy, what is he going to change? He said, the mistake I made is I did not come out with a high pace. He said, tonight, I will set the tempo immediately.
If you look at that fight, the word that leapt out to me was awkward. It was an awkward fight. No guy could really establish their game. And it's one of those things where in Bellator, he has momentum. He's looked fantastic. He's been a great finisher. Winning the Bellator tournament immediately at 205, got a submission and a knockout in order to get that belt, and then beat King Mo very close fight for that third round. It was his hands that were the difference. Almost finished King Mo on the feet and on the ground. And then against the champ, Liam McGeary, a one-sided wipeout. Top control, advancing to mount, pummeling the champ at will. That's why he's the champ. If Davis has momentum on his side, Bader might have preparation on his side. Which is more valuable?
All right, the keys for Mr. Wonderful.
Cut the angles. Ryan Bader is best when he's moving forward. Don't be there when he comes at you. Also, he has great front chokes, great guillotine, anaconda, darts. Use them to keep Ryan Bader thinking about that double leg. He doesn't want to leave his neck hanging out.
Our tail of the tape for this, our main event of the evening.
You see the 5-inch reach advantage for Phil Davis. Go ahead. You've been waiting all night, man. Go ahead.
You're going to let me?
Go ahead, bro.
Everything else is virtually identical.
That's for the fans. Enjoy that one.
Thank you, partner. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Spike, Bellator MMA, presented by Miller Lite from Madison Square Garden. The time has come for the Bellator 180 main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Light Heavyweight World Championship. And now, introducing the blue corner first, at 6'2", weighing in 204.4 pounds, one of the top light heavyweights in the world today. He makes his Bellator debut tonight, bringing 22 professional victories, 5 defeats, fighting out of Gilbert, Arizona, presenting the challenger, Ryan "Dog" Bader. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 6'2", weighing in 204.8 pounds. In his first defense of the title, he stands tonight with 17 professional victories, just 3 defeats. Fighting out of San Diego, California, introducing the defending Bellator Light Heavyweight World Champion, Phil Mr. Wonderful Davis. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Dan Mergliata.
Ready, brother? All right, gentlemen, center, please. All right, gentlemen, been through the rules in the locker room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. I want you to protect yourselves at all times. This is for the title. If you guys want to touch gloves, do it now. Best of luck to both of you.
Dan Mergliata, our referee.
How's that? Got you in there?
Championship fight,
Thank you,
scheduled for 5-minute rounds. Davis. Bader.
Are you ready, sir? Are you ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
Here we go. Red gloves, the familiar pink shorts for Phil Davis. Blue gloves, black trunks for Ryan Bader.
Davis said, I want to get that takedown working early. I didn't do that in the last fight. Man, you got to be wary of that against a high-level wrestler. It can cost you a lot of energy early on in a fight.
Ryan Bader stuffed all but one takedown attempt, and there were many in the first fight back in 2015. Here's number 1.
Wasn't able to get that left arm down. Only had one arm on that takedown. Now Ryan Bader in a body lock position.
Ryan Bader, the winner of season 8 of The Ultimate Fighter, right here on Spike. 0 for 1. Bader's showing a little southpaw here.
He says my striking has advanced so much in the last few months. Nice left hand. In the first fight, he was at his best. He was pushing off his punches, using those strikes to clear a lot of distance and push Phil Davis back. He isn't great necessarily at cutting angles and setting traps. He's a forward kind of striker.
Both men have serious power.
Phil Davis is the kind of angle and throw a looping shot over the top. That's how their styles differ when it comes to the striking. Like that, loopy shots.
Bader won his last 2 fights in the UFC before coming over to Bellator. Phil Davis 4-0 inside the Bellator cage. Great to be with you, Mike Goldberg, Jimmy Smith.
Nice angle on those leg kicks.
Can he stuff it again? Yep.
Same problem. Look at that. Reached low with the right hand, but the left hand was too high. Bader got underneath it. He's got to commit with both hands.
Phil Davis 0 for 2, midway point of round 1.
But when it comes to high-level wrestling, it has to be perfect. Your margin of error is very, very slim if you want to take down a guy like Ryan Bader.
And this is not just wrestling.
Yep.
This is MMA wrestling.
Yes, very true. They've been at distance where it's been hard to get that takedown going.
And we've talked about the difference between wrestling and MMA wrestling many times.
Yes.
Well,
with different people, but we both discussed it.
We haven't talked about it.
You've heard us at home talk about it.
I talked about it with Joe, and you talked about it with Sean.
There you go. So we both talked about it.
We have talked about it.
But that strategy Phil Davis has had, how I'm going to go in and use my wrestling early. So far, it hasn't panned out. Crowd starting to get on him. They're both painfully aware that it was a painful fight last time. They're aware of that. Fans were not happy.
Phil ducked under there and almost delivered a good counter left. Again, Ryan Bader in the southpaw stance. Look at that.
So far this round almost dead even. Phil Davis, I think, a little bit more active. He's gone for a couple takedowns. Ryan Bader a little bit more accurate, I think, with the strikes, but hasn't thrown much.
Anytime you work your striking game with someone involved with Noble Unyao, that is a good thing.
Fantastic team all the way around.
Henan Barao was even in Phoenix training with Ryan Bader, CB Dalloway and the crew there.
I got to train with them when I was down in Brazil, just in jiu-jitsu, and it was a meat grinder.
Good
Unbelievable.
idea. I'm sure that hurt, but good idea not standing up.
I was on vacation. I'm not trading punches with those guys.
Let Aldo kick you just once. Off the forearm, and a return by Davis. Quick jab by Bader. Reaching the end of round 1. More than anything, Jimmy, this first round, mutual respect.
Good job, guys.
Ready?
Let's go, fight.
Eric Del Fiero, longtime trainer for Phil Davis in San Diego. Alliance MMA said, if he keeps moving, we need to GSP him. Look for the 1-3-2.
We talked earlier on this card about GSP and his jab, his ability to set everything up off that lead hand. Problem with the takedown, I think partly in round 1 is there weren't great setups. He wasn't getting Ryan Bader to bite on any of the strikes he was throwing, so he kind of had to dive in. Well, you're not going to take Ryan Bader down with that. You got to hurt him with something, pop him in the nose, then maybe you can set up that takedown.
Davis has only lost 3 times in his career, and they've all come by decision. One to Bader, of course, the split decision. The other 2 by unanimous decision to Rashad Evans and the Rumble, Anthony Johnson.
He's really winging that left hook. The reason I gave the first round 10-9 to Phil Davis, he was just more active. You see right now, he's just a little busier, throwing a little bit more. Neither guy has really landed anything significant, but Phil Davis has been leading it a little bit. He's been moving, he's been throwing a bit more. Activity levels why I gave him round 1, but still a close round.
So despite the fact he couldn't get a takedown in the first 5 minutes, you still thought
Still
he
going
had a
for it.
little edge.
Yeah, still going for
Great
it.
point.
Still trying to be the aggressor, still trying to get the fight to the ground.
Yeah, a lot of people don't think that way, Jimmy. Like, you know, you are going for the takedown instead of you didn't succeed.
Yeah, no credit for defense. It's who's trying to get it done. So far, it's Phil Davis. Not by a whole lot. Very close fight.
I mean, Phil's career has really been the story of the takedown. In the Rumble fight, Anthony Johnson stuffed all 8 attempts. When Phil Davis beat Glover Teixeira, he took Glover down 9 times.
And he lives and dies with the takedown.
Absolutely. Both of these guys, high-level light heavyweights for years. Top of the food chain. One's the Bellator champion, the other in his first championship fight.
One thing about taking on a guy who moves as much as Phil Davis, you have to throw a lot of strikes. You're not going to catch him with the first one, the second one. Maybe the third or fourth will do it. And right now, Ryan Bader really stuck in a 2-punch mode. He hasn't thrown those long combinations you need to hit a guy who's moving a lot. Phil Davis really moving a lot.
Over the top, Bader saw it coming. Still can't get him down. But he tried.
He tried. He's going for it.
Right.
Points for aggression. Nice body kick.
Papio Gomez also worked the striking in Bader's camp for this fight. He's worked with guys like Jose Aldo. Totally different vibe for Ryan Bader as he makes his Bellator debut. Right to the top. Originally it was supposed to be King Mo. Instead, it's a title fight, and that's good for everybody.
That's an upgrade.
That is an upgrade, and we love it.
Love King Mo. Great fighter. And the belt being on the line, that adds something to this fight for sure.
To a really cool night.
Yes. So far, it's looking a lot like the first fight. Not a whole lot of activity in terms of significant strikes. Both guys really trying to find their rhythm, but the target is elusive. So what does that lead to, Goldie? Tough rounds to score.
Yes.
Scorecards that could be all over the place.
Which could lead to a very close split decision that the guy who lost really disagrees with. Which
As
I
they
think
almost
already
always
happened.
do.
Yeah, which I think already happened. 30. Heavy kick. Bader, I like, faked the shot, came over the top.
If he can come back in his last 20 seconds and do some damage and maybe take this round. So far, Phil Davis ahead barely, basically based on activity.
Final seconds of round 2.
Round 3, let's go. Fight, guys.
Round 3. So far, Jimmy, it's pretty tough to tell which guy.
Yeah, very, very tough.
Bader again switches the stance.
And you wonder how much that feeling for Phil Davis of, you know, I didn't quite do enough last time. I didn't quite put my stamp on the rounds like I should have. How much that stays with him tonight? How much is he going to turn it up? Feeling that, man, I just didn't do enough last time. Will that motivate him? Because right now, this fight looks like the last fight, which could go either way.
And both men said they didn't like the first fight. And both men have evolved greatly since that first fight.
Oh, Superman right hand. Nice left. Both of those landed.
Yep, the Superman punch and then the follow-up. That was the best combination of the fight for Davis.
Best so far.
Bader.
lot of times Bader's letting Phil Davis initiate, trying to counter over the top.
Third 5-round fight of Phil Davis's career. Fourth 5-round fight of Ryan Bader's career. Up the middle.
What's interesting is they both had little moments, but it's nothing they can easily replicate. It's like both guys are moving, they're throwing stuff. Sometimes stuff is landing, but neither guy has found like, okay, this is how I'm going to beat the other guy on the feet.
Yep.
They haven't found the path to success on the feet yet.
On the feet is where this entire fight has taken place, too.
No one's successful with the takedown yet. Davis has tried, it hasn't worked. Bader has to follow up on things like that. If he snaps the head back, got to come back with the right, the left, over the top, 3-4 punches.
He's got that heavy overhand right.
And he's hit him a couple times with the jab. But it's been one and done both times in this round.
Had the highlight reel finish with that vicious knee in Germany on Alir Latifi. Perfectly timed.
This crowd already on it. They're a little spoiled. We've got a lot of finishes tonight.
That's a great point.
Tough acts to follow early on in the card. For those of you who didn't catch it, man, James Gallagher, he looked incredibly impressive. Great stuff all night.
Bader opened his MMA career with 13 straight victories, 5 of those in the UFC. His first professional loss to some young dude named John Jones.
Never heard of him.
Me neither.
Man, he's good.
He's decent.
I've heard stuff.
Yeah.
No shame in that loss.
No shame. Lead uppercut. Phil Davis able to elude damage once again. Under a minute here in the third.
Ryan Bader hasn't really found a home for his power punches. He's landed once or twice with the jab in this round. Hasn't been able to follow it up with the right hand, the left hook, any power kicks. Add that 2 or 3, he might be able to catch Phil Davis, but so far it's been 1s and 2s. That's not quite enough.
Keep an eye on the kicks that are blocked by the forearm, because those will break a forearm.
Oh, they suck.
There's the takedown, first of the fight, and it's Bader. Look at the clock, though, Jimmy. Just 15 seconds remains here in the third, but a big takedown late
for the guillotine.
Bader.
Not going to get it.
Davis on top. Championship rounds. Phil Davis has gone the distance twice. The 5-round distance, he is 1-1 in those fights. Bader went the distance, 5 rounds in a non-title main event against Owen St. Preux, and won by unanimous decision. Jimmy, how do you have it?
I have it 3-0 for Phil Davis. He landed the right hook, left combo is the best sequence of the fight so far. It's almost exclusively activity in the first 2 rounds. He's just been a little busier. He cannot feel good about the scorecard right now. I don't feel good about it. I'm not sure about the first 2 rounds. Even round number 3 maybe, but it's the fact that neither guy's landed much, has done much for the judges to score. That's the hard part. Looks a lot like their first fight. Wouldn't be surprised if the scorecards are all over the place.
You gotta give the judges
That's
something.
it.
Judge, look at me, come here.
You just said has to give the judges something.
Judge, you gotta fight. Come on, you're paid to fight. Hands up, ready? Time in. Fight.
You know when that happens, it's not a lot of activity. A lot of people right now giving Ryan Bader the first round. Sure, You certainly could. Depends on what you're looking at. My point is, neither guy has had that decisive round. Hasn't happened yet.
Davis changed levels there, tried to come over the top. Bader fights it off again. Nicely
best punch of the fight for him.
Absolutely. Counter uppercut.
If the combination was there, he might catch Phil at the end of his punches. Phil tends to get out of position. He tends to lead into shots. He tends to be off balance a lot. Nice head kick. Only caught the back of the head, though. Just grazed him.
Phil's really trying to wing that counter overhand right. Bader with the question mark kick. So first title fight in Bader's MMA career. He was always knocking on the door.
Always right there.
Yep. And couldn't get past that title contender matchup. Those are heavy.
Those guys look like they're trying to counter punch, trying to catch the other guy off balance. Not being aggressive and initiating with more than one shot.
One minute. We split jabs.
They talked about how much they improved, how much they didn't like the first fight, you know, time in the morning and all this stuff. But I think this is what you get when you get these two guys together. They have a healthy respect for one another. They're both hard to take down. Yeah, it's just one of those things where this is how their styles match up. They're very, very respectful. It's hard for them to land.
A couple of good knees landed in the midsection of Bader. And it's probably 4 a.m. in Sweden right now as well.
Let's put it that way.
Round 4 in the books.
Final round, you ready? Final round, you ready? Who wants this? Let's go.
Fifth and final round.
I gave the last round to Ryan Bader. He landed the most significant strike of the round. He's finding his range a little bit better, but once again, a close one.
So overall, you have it 3 rounds to 1.
3 rounds
Davis.
to 1, yes.
Okay.
But none of those rounds were significantly in either guy's camp. Wouldn't surprise me if the scorecards were all over the board.
We've seen that.
Yeah, many, many times. Oh, good stuff. When they lock up, you see Ryan Bader just so much stronger. So that's great wrestler, maybe slicker, a little more technique, but when it's strength against strength, Ryan Bader, he flings him.
He's a very strong, powerful, dangerous dude. And Aaron Simpson who fought professional MMA and was an
Outstanding
assistant coach,
wrestler.
at ASU with Cain Velasquez and CB Dalloway and Ryan, said Ryan's just mean. He's just a mean training partner, mean fighter. He hadn't been as mean as I would think the A-Train would want him to be thus far, but he's got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to do so still. Just get me. Look to finish this and take all the mystery out of it.
Now, as a fighter, when you take on somebody better and you get beat, there's some solace in that. He's better than me, he beat me. When you think, I just didn't do enough, I just didn't quite do enough, that's a haunting feeling. And right now, so far in this fight, both guys can feel that way. They need to really let it all out in round 5.
And that's how Phil felt, pardon me, about the first meeting.
Yeah, could have done a little bit more.
Yep.
Because this could go either way to the judges, and either way would be appropriate. But it's, you know, the guy who lost is going to go, man, if I just finished a little stronger, if I'd done a little bit more.
If it's a Bader win, they go, okay. If it's a Davis win, I can argue that as well.
Yeah.
Past the midway point of the 5th and final round. Takedown number 2 for Bader.
And so Phil Davis goes right to the wrestling escape. He doesn't try and turn and get guard. He hops right back to his feet, just like you would in a collegiate wrestling match. Bader can't keep him down. That takedown could give him the edge in the scoring.
I was thinking
a very close round.
Yep.
He's had some success with that counter uppercut, that counter right hand.
90 seconds.
It's been his inability to really follow up on those strikes that he's been able to land.
Bader southpaw back, orthodox. See if somebody really wings it.
Phil Davis has been winging it a lot, but not able to connect.
Nope. There's the overhand right from Bader.
Bader has a big head, but it's been just out of line. He's been able to move just enough to avoid the big winging shots of Phil Davis.
Under a minute. Bader with the counter. Ducks under. A lot of swelling under the left eye of Phil Davis. Bader turning it up here in the 5th.
Finish strong, let's go.
Good timing on the takedown so far. Wasn't able to get that one. He hasn't lunged for them. He's waited for Phil Davis to come in. That's why he's been more successful with him.
Final seconds of the fight. They go the distance.
Well, unfortunately, it looked a lot like the first fight. Both guys throwing, not landing a whole lot of significant strikes. Phil Davis trying to initiate. Ryan Bader taking his time, trying to land counter punches, getting a couple of takedowns. But a lot of back and forth rounds with no decisive winner.
Will Davis defend, or will Bader be the new Bellator light heavyweight champion?
One thing to keep in mind, a lot of judges have that old school, you have to take it from the champ mentality.
Yep, true.
Might work against Ryan Bader, we'll see. They shouldn't, but a lot of them do.
With the official decision, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Sal D'Amato, scores the fight 49-46. He sees the fight for Bader. Your second judge, Jeff Mullen, scores the fight 48-47. He sees the fight for Davis. Your third and final judge, Derek Cleary, scores the fight 49-46 for the winner by split decision. And now the new Bellator Light Heavyweight World Champion, Ryan
Ryan Bader, congratulations, you are the new champion. Tonight starts a new chapter in Bellator history.
Tonight, Bellator MMA.
Come to the Big Apple.
Oh my God!
This show is so big, it has 2 main events.
At the world's most famous arena.
Madison Square Garden.
When you're the greatest fighter in the world today, they got a name for you. Call you Chael Sonnen. I will put an end to the myth of Wanderlei Silva.
Wanderlei Silva versus Chael Sonnen. Hatred. There's no other way to say it.
He's a full of shit when he talk like that. And I'm gonna shut up his mouth.
This is a chance to see something you're going to tell your kids about. I saw Fedor Emelianenko fight.
Fedor is the greatest of all time, hands down, for as long as he's awake.
There's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to steal the show. You might as well call it the Michael Chandler show.
Brent Primus is exactly in the position Michael Chandler was in when he ripped the belt away from Eddie Alvarez.
Trust me, man, I'm going to knock this guy out.
Game plan for a guy like Larkin. Finish as fast as I can and go home and eat some pizza.
These are 2 guys who their mission in life is to stand with the best and put them flat on their back.
I'm coming in there to knock Lima's head off and walk away with his belt.
This is
Bellator NYC.
Opened on February 11, 1968. They call it the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. From Joe Louis to Rocky Marciano, Roberto Duran to Sugar Ray Robinson, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, the Garden has hosted more iconic combat sports showcases than any other venue in the world. And tonight, for the very first time, it is home to the Bellator cage. We welcome you in to Bellator NYC. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg. It is great to be here tonight. It is an historic night. And I'm joined now on the desk by Brendan Schaub, Josh Thompson. You guys have already been through the prelims and through 180. Ryan Bader, a new champion. You still feel the energy, Brendan?
Yeah, I can't wait with these 2 main events. I mean, we got 2 main events. When have you ever heard of that? And we got the unicorn of MMA making the walk with Fedor. It's insane.
Well, how about you? Great energy.
2 title fights.
Yes, indeed.
I got you. We just had our first one there. We'll have the other 2 right now. I'm super excited.
You know, there's no question that title fights are something very special. And the first one with Douglas Lima, that is a very interesting one because we have a situation where Lorenz Larkin comes in, first fight, and he can earn a belt.
Yeah, and Lorenz Larkin is a guy, he's faced some of the toughest welterweights in the world. You're talking about Jorge Masvidal, Robbie Lawler, Neil Magny. He's a guy who's so unorthodox, it's going to be tough to track that guy down and land the power shot that Lima's looking for.
Well, and the thing about that fight is that he is different, he is elusive, but that said, as you know, Josh, you still got to connect at one point.
Lima's going to look to try and get the leg kick started early. I said this earlier. I'm going to keep saying it, okay? It's going to set up his power punches as the fight goes on. I'm letting you know right now, if Lima is able to touch him on the chin, this fight's done. He's the knockout artist right now in Bellator, the leading knockout artist in Bellator. So if he touches that chin, it's over for Larkin.
All right, let's get to the 2 main events. We will start with Chael Sonnen, Wanderlei Silva. I'll start with you on Chael Sonnen, Josh.
I love Chael Sonnen, but You talk the talk, you got to back it up. You got to walk the walk. And I'm telling you right now, it's time. It's time for him to come out there and show it. This is what it's all about. It's almost over, right, Brendan? We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, you know, I think with Chael, I can't believe his trash talk still works. He's made Wanderlei come right into his game plan. Wanderlei's believing everything he says, and now there's no more pressure on anyone tonight than Chael Sonnen.
And we have Fedor and Matt Mitrione. Brendan, Matt Mitrione, somebody you know very well.
Yeah, Mitrione, good friend of mine. I fought him, and he's a training partner of mine. Matt Mitrione cannot get lost with the legendary Fedor tonight when he's in there in the cage. He has to use his athleticism, he has to use his power, and his southpaw. That left hand is the answer for him.
So we go from the greatest heavyweight of all time to MMA's next big thing, and you know Aaron Pico very well, Josh.
I want the world, every mother and father to sit at home, and I want you guys to grasp yourself around this. Try and wrap your head around the fact that if your 12 or your 13-year-old daughter sat you or your son sat you on the kitchen table and told you, I don't want to go to high school, I don't want to go to college, even though they have college offers from every college, every prestigious college, telling you, hey, we want you to come. And they say, I don't want to go, I want to travel internationally, okay, and compete internationally, and I will worry about my school later on. And they said, yes, that's the type of loving family he comes from. This kid is electric.
Yeah, you're talking about the biggest prodigy in mixed martial arts, and he makes his debut at Madison Square Garden. And I don't think this stage is too big for him. I really don't. I could see him beating any top 10 guy in the world right now.
He is the second youngest male fighter on the Bellator roster, and the youngest, James Gallagher, kind of put on a show earlier in our night. All right, we are set to begin officially the pay-per-view here live inside Madison Square Garden, so let's send it down to Mauro Ranallo and Jimmy Smith.
Thank you very much, Goldie. And coming up on pay-per-view tonight, live from the Mecca of Combat Sports, Madison Square Garden, Jimmy, 2 World Championship fights. Bellator MMA's poster boy, Michael Chandler, will defend his lightweight crown against the undefeated upstart, Brent Primus.
He keeps saying it over and over. Primus is where I was when I fought Eddie Alvarez. Michael Chandler has looked nothing short of stunning, dynamic since he won back the title at 155, demolished Benson Henderson, destroyed Patricky Pitbull, has lightning in his right hand. Oh, and he was an All-American wrestler. Let's not forget that. He has the package, the tools to beat anyone in the division. But Brent Primus says, hey, this is my time. 14 months since his last fight. A lot of people are worried about the layoff, but he's had time to add tools to his toolkit that maybe Michael Chandler hasn't seen.
All right, we're going to kick off Bellator NYC live on pay-per-view with the first course that promises to serve up a smorgasbord of strikes. It is for the Bellator MMA welterweight crown. Resident knockout artist Douglas Lima welcomes Lorenz Larkin to the Bellator MMA cage.
When you ask the pros, when you ask the people in the business, what's the best fight of the night? What do you think would be number one? Almost everyone says Douglas Lima versus Lorenz Larkin. You can't miss. Both guys dynamic strikers. They have incredible power, incredible finishing instincts. They are hungry. They're young. Douglas Lima says, hey, I don't care about free agency. Come to my house and I'm going to knock you out. He's going to need those kind of skills because 170 is so incredibly deep, starting with the monsoon Lorenz Larkin. This kid is amazing.
Yeah, and Bellator welterweight champion Douglas Lima has a sleeping pill for a right hand. He has more knockouts than any fighter in Bellator MMA history with 8, but Lorenz Larkin has plenty of momentum coming off back-to-back stoppage wins in the UFC. Douglas Lima stands atop Bellator's stacked welterweight division. Tonight, he welcomes the newcomer, UFC and Strikeforce veteran Lorenz Larkin, who has one thing in mind, becoming Bellator welterweight champion.
I think I got a switch. You know, I got a switch in me. I look at a guy that's trying to take away the food from my plate, preventing me from feeding my family. That's the way I think when I step there in the cage. And it just makes me, you know, into an animal.
That kid's a beast.
That's the way that I do it, man. I just trying to go for the kill the whole time. My main goal right there is not only to win the fight, but to finish the guy.
Welcome to our top 10 knockouts.
When I see blood on my opponent, I target it.
Introducing the challenger.
It's electrifying, you know, and it's addictive. I want my opponent to bleed that night.
I've been through a lot. in this sport with the injuries.
Didn't have that dynamic athleticism we've seen him have.
I was in a dark place for a long time. It just made me a better fighter, hungrier fighter. It's good to get that belt back the way that I did it, you know, with the KO.
He's a power puncher.
Good left there! It's over. Douglas Lima, through rehab, through hell to get back to this spot, has regained the welterweight world title.
Payback.
When the bell rings and I get to touch him for the first time, he's gonna realize that Larkin is here, man. This fight is gonna be simple, man. I'm gonna come in there, I'm gonna do work, and Scott's gonna put that belt around my waist.
Welterweight World Championship.
Lorenz, the Monsoon Larkin, welterweight champion. Bellator's my home now. I'm planning on getting real comfortable.
I'm gonna finish Lorenz Larkin, and I'm gonna finish in a way that people are gonna be talking about it for a long time. As soon as the first punch lands, the first kick lands, he's gonna understand why people get timid when they fight me.
Knew this kid had power, he just proved it there.
I'm gonna make history. I'm gonna make history in that bell rings.
Oh my God! Man, that's brutal.
No one's stealing my dreams.
Two-time Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas Lima. And now, ready to make his way to the Bellator cage, Lorenz, the Monsoon Larkin.
Lorenz Larkin, a top-tier welterweight who left the UFC as a free agent, seeking greener pastures here in the Bellator MMA cage, and he could be seeing a lot of green when it comes to winning the Bellator welterweight crown. But Jimmy Smith, it's a tough test against Douglas Lima tonight.
Douglas Lima is an absolute monster at 170. What Lorenz Larkin brings is a versatility. He angles so well, uses all his weapons extremely effectively. He's very, very accurate. He says, look, I know what Douglas Lima does well. He's a powerhouse, but powerhouses are predictable. I'm unpredictable in there. He thinks that'll be the difference.
A veteran of Strikeforce and the UFC, Larkin makes his Bellator debut with 4 wins in his final 5 UFC fights, including a stellar outing against Neil Magny last August.
Important thing to keep in mind, when you think about the size and strength of Douglas Lima, the power, this guy fought at 205.
Yes.
This guy took on King Mo in Strikeforce. When you're trading punches with guys like that, 170, you can probably handle it.
He's 4-1 since he dropped to the welterweight division in January of 2015. He's earned all 3 of his welterweight stoppage victories by knockout.
I'm anxious to see both guys have deadly leg kicks. So what we saw against Neil Magny, just chop that leg down out from under him. That set up the rest of his offense. But Douglas Lima, fantastic leg kicks in his own right. That's how he finished Rick Hahn. Who can get that game going?
A record of 18-5, 11 wins via form of knockout.
And now ready to make his way to the cage, the reigning 2-time Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
And Douglas Lima knocked out Andre Koreshkov at Bellator 164 last November to become a 2-time Bellator welterweight champion, taking the belt from the last man to defeat him. He is 10-2 in the Bellator MMA cage. His 9 victories in the Bellator welterweight division, tied with ex-champ Ben Askren for second most, behind Koreshkov, who has 10.
What was so great about that Koreshkov win is he came back from an injury, he came back from a tough loss to win by knockout. It's a left hook right here, bang, What that highlight doesn't show is the leg kicks set it up. Koreshkov was hurt. He went forward to try to finish the fight because that leg was given out on him, and he initiated a firefight with Douglas Lima. That's what set it up.
Lima's 7 knockout victories in Bellator welterweight competition, the most in divisional history. And he told us this fight is definitely going to steal the show. This is the main event in his eyes. Wanderlei Silva, Fedor Emelianenko may have bigger names and are legends of the sport, but as far as the fights go, this is it. All right, Taylor, the tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Now look at the height advantage of Douglas Lima. He is massive for the welterweight division.
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight from Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, live on pay-per-view, welcome to Bellator NYC. Presented by Miller Lite. The action begins with 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Welterweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission and brought to you tonight by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. And now, introducing first the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 169.8 pounds, the highly ranked contender tonight in his Bellator debut enters with 18 professional victories, 5 defeats. From Riverside, California, presenting the challenger, Lorenz the Monsoon Larkin. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 6'1", weighing in 170 pounds even. The two-time champion tonight makes his first defense after regaining the title, bringing 28 professional victories, 6 defeats. Originally from Goiás, Brazil, he fights out of Atlanta, Georgia, the defending Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima. And the referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Gentlemen, gone over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard but fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
The best in the game, Big John McCarthy, the third man inside the Bellator MMA cage, scheduled for 5 rounds for the Bellator Welterweight Championship. Douglas Lima, the Bellator welterweight champion, in the midst of his second reign. The bell and round 1. The fight clock is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time. And it is the champion, Lima in the red gloves, the challenger Larkin in the blue gloves. And Jimmy, both of these warriors capable of stealing the other's soul with their striking prowess.
And they both know it. There's a tremendous amount of respect between these two fighters.
Early feeling out process as Lima fires the first salvo. Low outside leg kick to the lead leg of Lorenz Larkin, known as Monsoon. And boy, blew into strike force, opened up a lot of eyes. And then, of course, went on to the UFC, where he leaves with a 2-fight winning streak. Winner of 4 of his last 5 fights. Lots of momentum coming into this high-pressure Bellator debut.
Douglas Lima, if there's a weakness to his style, he tends to overemphasize the power punches. A lot of right hands, a lot of left hooks. Doesn't jab that often. Both guys starting with the leg kicks.
Larkin told us going 5 rounds is not a concern. He feels that it's more of a mind game. He just has to make sure his mind knows that he's ready to go all 5, as Lima with a body kick.
One thing is, Lima has gone 5 rounds. He's never won a 5-round decision. He lost to Ben Askren, he lost to Koreshkov. He was out-wrestled in both of those fights and lost a 5-round decision. So he hasn't exactly done well over 25 minutes either. Keep that in mind.
Unlike our main event, or one of our 2 main events tonight between Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva, there is mutual respect between these 2 gladiators, and we're seeing it early on, Jimmy.
A ton. See Sean Merriman, he's checking us out. It's a tough question to ask anybody who has broken this fight down. It's hard to pick a winner between Lima and Larkin.
Right hand down the middle by Lima. Social media buzzing for Bellator NYC live on pay-per-view. And there's a Bellator veteran also using his fingers to tweet tonight.
He's backing his fellow champ. No surprise there. There's always that extra edge when you're a, quote, Bellator fighter and free agents come in. You want to defend your territory, defend your promotion, defend your belt. Nice check of that leg kick.
Well, we saw at the end of Bellator 180 live on Spike. Ryan Bader defeating Phil Davis for the second time via split decision, but this time he becomes the new Bellator light heavyweight champion. Lorenz Larkin would like to continue that trend tonight. Under 2 minutes remaining here in the opening round. A lot of feints, a lot of stutter steps, and not a lot of contact yet, Jimmy.
They're both so wary of the other's power. They both know it's going to be finished with one punch. They don't want to walk into it.
Again, Lima attacking the lead leg of Lorenz Larkin. Coming up on the final 90 seconds of the first frame, scheduled for 5 for the Bellator Welterweight Championship. Nice one-two combination by Larkin.
That was quick.
Lead right hand by the champion Lima.
It's going to be hard to land. He needs to set up with jab, hook, leg kicks.
Oh, Larkin switches to a southpaw stance. Switches back to orthodox, trying to befuddle the champion Douglas Lima. Final 60 seconds of a getting to know you round one.
Right now, just give the slight edge to Lima. His leg kicks have been a little bit more effective.
And he has Larkin up against the fence momentarily. Lima misses with that roundhouse kick. Now Larkin coming in with a lead right hand, followed up with a left. Again, high-level welterweights for the Bellator 170-pound championship. Are you surprised at all by the start, Jimmy?
No, I'm not. I expect this to be a slow burn fight where they feel each other out, maybe get going rounds 2 and 3. Nice body kick.
Oh, right uppercut, which allowed Lima to close the distance, land the left hand, has Larkin pinned against the fence in the final seconds of the opening round.
Look at the leg kicks. To me, those were the most effective strikes of the first round. And you see Lima has checked a few, and he came back with his own, and they turned Lorenz Larkin a little bit. The only real edge I saw in the fight. Incredibly close first round.
Olha o teu tempo da casa, 3-2, na lata.
Someone who is watching with vested interest, Rory McDonald, my fellow Canadian, who is, well, wanting to take fellow Bellator welterweight's health.
Couldn't have done a whole lot better against Paul Semtex Daly. He looked amazing in that fight.
An incredible Bellator MMA debut for Rory McDonald. What's his nickname these days? I know he tends to change it every so often.
I think it's still the Red King, but the Canadian Psycho.
I love the Canadian
Psycho. That one's gaining traction among us here in Bellator. Just throwing that out there. He said, I want to take your health with dead, cold eyes. That's the only thing you can think of.
Second round underway here between Bellator welterweight champion Douglas Lima and the challenger Bellator MMA newcomer Lorenz Larkin. And now Lima looking to try to establish the jab. Goes underneath the armpit with that right kick and then attacks the lead leg down low. How did you score the opening 5 minutes, Jimmy?
Once again, by the barest of margins, 10-9 Lima based on those leg kicks.
Nice combination put together by Lorenz Larkin.
And that's key. When Larkin puts combinations together, you see the hand speed. He is very, very quick.
Just Out of range of that attack by Douglas Lima was Larkin. Larkin pawing at Lima with the jab, trying to mesmerize him so he can follow up with something a little more vicious.
One is not going to do it. Both these guys need to throw in combination. And as we've seen, I mean, Douglas Lima tends to over-rely on the straight right hand.
Now Larkin comes in, but the kick was blocked, but an aggressive push by Larkin, who attacks the lead leg of Lima down low. 90 seconds gone in the second round.
Larkin now starting to open up, starting to throw combinations, driving Lima back. Not much landing, but showing that aggressiveness. Another great leg kick.
Yeah,
with the nose.
Lima picked off Larkin there, but yeah, Larkin punishing Lima's nose, and it's beginning to leak plasma. Now they can extend, and Larkin connected with that right hand that caught the champion's attention. Larkin trying to impose his will and skill on Lima now. Lima catches Larkin with the left. Down goes Larkin, ground and pound from Lima.
Shades of Koreshkov caught him coming in.
Lima was slashing elbows as well as the champion dropped Lorenz Larkin with that nice left hook.
Larkin's trying to keep him close. If you're Douglas Lima, you want to stand up and get back to striking because he is hurt.
And Larkin doing his best to control Lima's posture inside the closed guard. Lima very well balanced when it comes to his successful offense. He does have 11 submission wins to go along with 13 KO victories.
That cannot be what's on his mind. You have a guy hurt, finish him with strikes. I expect him to stand up out of this. No, he's staying on with the ground and pound. Interesting choice.
Under 2 minutes left, he passes the guard into side control as Larkin trying to scramble back to his feet. And he's able to do so. But a good sequence for the Bellator welterweight champion, Douglas Lima.
That was almost finished right there, Morrow. Make no mistake.
And again, the lead left hook by Lima.
Lima looks tired, though. I think he spent a lot of energy trying to get the finish there. He's giving Lorenz Larkin time to clear his head. Nice kick.
Larkin has tasted defeat on 5 occasions, including being stopped once in his career via strikes, but Lima unable to finish him here in round 2, the final minute now of the second round. Lima walking down Larkin, Larkin keeping him at bay with that pawing jab as, again, Lima goes to that lead left hook.
And he's realizing he can't just throw the straight right.
Punches were blocked by Larkin, who delivers a right cross of his own. Final 30 seconds of the second round. Larkin just missed with that right uppercut and almost got clipped with that right cross from Lima. Again, Lima changing up his attack, attacking that lead leg, attacking the base.
And both guys have shown that they have speed and finishing ability in this round.
A good round for the champion, Lima.
Look at it here. Lima was coming. Lima had eaten some good shots, but look at it here. I think it's the left hook, just like Koreshkov. Bang! Right on the chin. That dropped Larkin, but he wasn't able to finish. Larkin was able to clear his head and get back in this fight. Be careful when you have Douglas Lima cornered. He is like a cornered animal. He will fight back. That's what Koreshkov found out the hard way. That's why Lima's the champ.
Take care of that thing for me, D.
Douglas Lima, the most knockouts in Bellator history with 8. Would love to put Lorenz Larkin on ice in Larkin's Bellator MMA debut. Had an opportunity there in the second round. But Larkin has proven to be resilient in his past MMA career and comes into his first MMA fight for Bellator with plenty of momentum. Round 3 underway.
One thing you have to keep in mind is that Douglas Lima tends to fight in spurts. He tends to be active and take breaks like he's worried about his gas tank.
Body kick by Lima. Larkin told us that he feels he's more of a fluid striker, where Lima's more of a powerhouse. Larkin feels that he doesn't throw a lot of crazy strikes, speaking about the champion, but he's a powerhouse, so any of his strikes could knock you out. He doesn't use a lot of setups.
Yeah, very, very basic. Comes in 1, 2, 3. A lot of faith in that right hand. Leg kicks, right hand. That's the meat and potatoes of his offense. You see what I'm talking about? He tends to back off, take little breaks, and then he'll lunge forward.
And that's where Larkin has to take advantage of those opportunities.
He's got to be active when Lima is inactive.
Another body kick by Lima. Larkin back in a southpaw stance. How did you score round 2, Mr. Smith?
Much easier. 10-9 for Lima. Really had Larkin hurt. Veteran move by Larkin to keep Lima close on the ground, get his breath back, get back into the fight.
Again, just a lead right hand attacking the shoulder there was Lima. And again, that body kick, but Larkin from the southpaw stance circling to his right where he has been clipped with that left hook.
Yes. Think about the psychological aspect too. He was moving forward, he was landing in combination, then bang, Lima hits it. It might stifle Larkin's offense just a little bit. So everything was looking good right when he got dropped.
Larkin content in staying in the southpaw stance, busy trying to establish that right jab inside low kick by the champion Lima. Grew up watching movies like Kickboxer, inspiring him to fight and using his kicks deftly tonight.
Nice right hand.
What does Larkin have to do a better job of as this fight progresses in terms of trying to close the distance on the champion, Jimmy?
Angle, then attack. Right now, he's angling on the outside defensively. It's hard for Lima to get a read on him. What he has to do is cut the angle and then come in when Lima's unprepared.
And Lima just planted another stiff jab on the mug of Lorenz Larkin. Coming up next, many call him the next big thing in mixed martial arts. It's the much ballyhooed debut of 20-year-old Aaron Pico, whose playpen, well, might as well have been a wrestling mat, right?
Yeah, very true. Started very young and basically skipped his high school and college careers and went straight to try to make the Olympic team. Came within a point of it.
Literally bred to be a mixed martial artist. Started boxing at a young age and will make his pro debut tonight as Larkin landed that left body kick to the champion Lima.
So far, Lima's landed a little bit cleaner. I thought that right hand pushed him back.
And of course, we can't discount the altar boy Zach Freeman. Would love to spoil Aaron Pico's professional debut coming up.
8-2, the guy has real experience.
Under a minute and a half left here in round 3. Body kick by Lima.
Larkin's having trouble right now getting through the defense of Douglas Lima.
Yeah, and just
another good right.
Got caught with another right hand from the champion Douglas Lima.
And I think Lima, to his part, has been less active but more effective. I think when he has thrown, it's driven Larkin back.
And
is that a punch to the gut?
Some sportsmanship there by Lima, and touches gloves with Larkin. That may have been just below the equator. There's a jab by Larkin, but Larkin's scouting report seems to be proving to be accurate thus far, Jimmy, in terms of Lima just loading up on all his shots.
But he's been able to catch Larkin intermittently with those strikes.
And there, again,
so once again, he kind of waits for Larkin to open up a little bit, and he throws something at him. Not a lot of combinations. Larkin, for his part, throwing combinations, but it hasn't been landing effectively.
Exactly. Final 10 seconds of the third round. Here at Madison Square Garden, the mecca of combat sports, and Lima trying to unload on Larkin to punctuate his performance in the round. I had the pleasure of covering this man's legendary career in Japan for the Pride Fighting Championships, where he went undefeated in 15 fights. He is 2-0 since ending his 3-year retirement in 2015. Comes into Bellator with a 5-fight win streak. He is Fedor Emelianenko.
Incredible power, incredible ability, incredible athlete right there in Matt Mitrione. A big heavyweight, but light on his feet, good angles, good combinations. This is the biggest test of his career against Fedor Emelianenko. We'd love to have that name on his list of wins.
That's one of our 2 main events coming your way later tonight. Fedor's Bellator debut against Matt Mitrione, who was 2-0 in the Bellator MMA cage.
All right, you ready? Let's get up.
It's the penultimate round in this 5-round championship affair. And Jimmy, I know we just started working together, but I think I can read your mind. Do you have the champion pitching a shutout thus far?
Thus far, yes. Round 1 could easily go either way. I thought round 2, of course, he hurt him. Round 3, he just landed the more effective strikes. Larkin was busier, however.
Douglas Lima, the champion in the red gloves, the challenger Lorenz Larkin in his Bellator debut sporting the blue gloves. And he needs to see an uptick in his offense, has to try to solve the path to the champion Douglas Lima. Has to find a way to negotiate that distance, Jimmy.
And Lima has been effective when Larkin hasn't had room to move, and his back's been toward the fence. He's been a little crowded. That's when Lima has really unloaded.
Lima continues to take pot shots at the lead leg. Talk about that strategy and how effective it can be, Jimmy.
Rounds 4 and 5, that leg just won't work. You have trouble turning on it, you have trouble moving. Really shuts down a guy who moves and cuts angles, which Lorenz Larkin loves to do.
There's a left kick underneath the right arm of Douglas Lima, but single shots, Jimmy, aren't going to get it done.
Well, the thing is that Lima, you can call his style basic, which I do. He generally throws the right hand over the top, left hooks and leg kicks, but he always keeps his hands high. He doesn't play that much. He'll drop a little bit on the outside, but when he's in close, he keeps those hands very, very high.
And that's something we haven't seen a lot of in terms of punches to the body. We've seen body kicks, but you saw Lima change his trajectory and begin to attack the midriff of Lorenz Larkin.
Wondering if in this 4th round, Lorenz Larkin turns it up. He needs these championship rounds. One of the first 3 could have easily gone his way to the judges. You never know.
Just like Mars back in the day, Jimmy, Larkin needs to pump up that volume. As the lead left hook.
Well, that's an old school reference, buddy.
Hey, I'm almost 50, you know.
50 years young, my friend.
We are just past the midpoint of round number 4. Lima continues to walk down Larkin in that southpaw stance and landing the jab. And the fans at home enjoying the action. And we have seen spurts of that back and forth action, but I don't think we've seen the fistic fireworks that we anticipated, and there are a few reasons why, Jim.
Yeah, a lot of respect. Both guys are tricky opponents, especially Larkin. He angles a lot. It's hard to get a read on him.
Oh, there's a left hook and a left kick that lands for Larkin.
Yeah, Larkin getting a little busier in this 4th round.
That may very well have been his best sustained offense of the fight.
Now, Lorenz Larkin doesn't move at Douglas Lima's pace. He just doesn't. But what Douglas Lima has done is he's made him punch at Lima's pace. He has him in that busy with his hands.
Again, the lead right hand by Lima scores, and then he lands the jab.
It's always 1 or 2. He just backs off after him. And he's been less effective, I think, in this 4th round. Lima hasn't thrown like he did in the first 3.
There's a front kick by Lorenz Larkin. Side kick, oblique kick there by Larkin. Coming up on the final minute of the 4th round, and Larkin beginning to loosen up a bit here in round 4.
Now he has Lima against the fence. Let's see if he presses. Surprised we haven't seen a takedown so far from Larkin. You know, try it, give it a shot, see if you can get him to the ground. Maybe ice a close round.
Sharp body kick by Lima. Larkin double pumping the jab, coming in, but gets tripped up by the champion. And now in the open guard, Douglas Lima will try to capitalize on this situation as again Larkin immediately controls the champion's posture.
Very good at that. Now Lima advancing to half guard. This is a close round. Let's see if he can maybe get a little offense going, turn it his way.
Larkin wall walking back to a vertical base, now turning the champion up against the fence. Final few seconds of what has been Lorenz Larkin's best round. Has it been enough to get the round on Jimmy Smith's scorecard? We'll find out.
And Lorenz Larkin turning it up a little bit more, but look at that. Once again, you get Lima cornered. He's gonna fire back, especially with that left hook. It didn't land. He was able to push Larkin back and get on top. But throughout that 4th round, Lorenz Larkin a little bit busier. Douglas Lima kind of took the round off a little bit. Didn't throw like he did in the first 3.
Só ganha esse round aí, meu garoto. Só esse round aí, certo? Outra coisa, botou pra baixo, calma, não vamos deixar ele subir mais não, vamos ganhar logo a cabeça, entendeu?
His brother behind him, Diego Lima.
Exatamente. Muda o nível.
Well, 2 MMA icons, the Huntington Beach bad boy, Tito Ortiz, and the man who once spanked Tito Ortiz, Randy Couture. Literally, my man. So great to see MMA luminaries here at cage side for what is the biggest night in Bellator MMA history. It is about legends, it's about champions, and coming up next, will it be about the most talked about prospect in MMA, Aaron Pico? Right now, it's all about the Bellator Welterweight Championship as we head into the 5th and final round. Sportsmanship, lots of respect. So, did Lorenz Larkin finally get a round on your unofficial scorecard, Jimmy?
Yeah, I believe he did. I gave him around 10-9. Once again, extremely close.
On Jimmy's scorecard, you have it 39-37 for the champion. So, and now knowing, honestly, you are one of the best at what you do, and it's not easy. We're trying to tell the story of the fight, and you are always
tough job.
Bang on, my man.
It's a thankless job. It's a thankless job. Ask Twitter. It's a thankless job.
If that's the case, Larkin needs to really close the show here in the 5th frame. Front snap kick by Lima.
The only round that was really decisive, in my opinion, was round 2. When he hurt him, knocked him down, couldn't finish him. Other than that, it's been Lima, I think, a little more effective, but Lorenz Larkin a lot busier.
Larkin trying to cut off the cage, trying to walk down the champion, pawing at him with the jab, but needs to put together a combination. And after 20 minutes of action, wow, this is how close this fight is. According to CompuStrike, dead even in terms of arm strikes landed and almost in terms of punches thrown.
Yeah. That's incredible.
So we expected it to be a hotly contested, competitive affair, and the numbers bear that out. Oh, jumping,
getting creative in
back
round
kick
5
by Larkin. Larkin also very creative with the hairstyle, always representing his hometown of Riverside, California. Riverside Bell would love to ring champion Douglas Lima's bell here in the 5th frame.
Millennium MMA, great team out there, been out there forever. Lima's a lot less active in this 5th round.
Douglas Lima training out of American Top Team in Atlanta. Midpoint of the 5th and final round. Lima lands the jab. Larkin back to a southpaw stance. Does this behoove him, Jimmy? Fighting as a lefty.
I think anything that changes it up and maybe opens up Lima is a good idea. He hasn't really been able to get past the defense yet. Caught him with the left hand coming in, just grazed him with it again.
Coming up on the final 2 minutes of this championship fight for the Bellator welterweight crown. Body kick again scores for Lima. Yes, again with the left hook, which has been his money punch so far in this fight. Larkin trying to blind him with the flurry of jabs.
Under 2 minutes, this is where if you have something to take, you got to spend it. You can't take your punches home with you.
And it looks like Larkin is trying to do just that. Has to be cognizant that time is becoming potentially his worst enemy. 90 seconds left in the fight. Again, that lead left hook by Lima scores. The sense of urgency definitely in the body language is with the challenger Larkin.
Lima, though, can't feel great about the scorecard. There's been a lot of close rounds. Hasn't been very active in rounds 4 and 5. Another good body kick, nice leg kick. Man, they can both do it.
Under a minute left in the fight. We are just getting started here on pay-per-view. Bellator NYC. Mauro Ranallo, Jimmy Smith at Capeside, Mike Goldberg, Brendan Schaub, Josh Thompson, Jen Brown. Also a part of our, I'll say it, all-star broadcast crew, my man.
All the best in the business in this building. It's amazing.
30 seconds left in the fight.
I will get an angry tweet from Joe Rogan, but that's okay.
Well, Joe is the man. And of course, Joe Rogan, Boss Room, Jimmy Smith. I wonder what you guys all have in common. I guess it's a prerequisite. You guys have to be bald or shave your heads to be the best way to do.
We hate hair. We all do.
Final 15 seconds of this Bellator welterweight title tilt. Body kick again by Lima. And it looks like we are headed to the judges' scorecards to determine who will walk out of MSG Bellator welterweight champion. So 25 minutes are in the books here at the Garden. Lorenz Larkin, first fight in the Bellator cage. Let's listen in as they embrace. Jimmy, how did you score the 5th round?
I gave it 10-9. Lorenz Larkin, busier, more active, really throwing in rounds 4 and 5, and Douglas Lima kind of took those 2 rounds off. Didn't have the activity he had in the first 3 rounds. That might cost him.
All right, well, it's time for our Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum Replay, the Bold 93 Proof Rum that's edgy to the core.
The story of this fight, activity, angling, combinations from Lorenz Larkin, but Douglas Lima landing the more effective single punches. Caught him, hurt him in round 2, could not put him away. But throughout the fight, it was Lorenz Larkin throwing good combinations and then Lima countering with one big shot that would land. How the judges see this fight, I have no idea. Scorecards could be all over the place.
Well, will the phenom Douglas Lima be able to retain the Bellator welterweight championship here in his second reign? Coming off a knockout victory over the last man to beat him, Andrei Koreshkov, to become a two-time Bellator welterweight champion last November. He's won 7 of his last 8 fights. Lone defeat coming to Mr. Koreshkov. For Lorenz Larkin, would love to join Ryan Bader as a Bellator neophyte who becomes a champion in his first outing in the Bellator MMA cage. Well, we said it would be a smorgasbord of strikes, and man, this is how even it was according to CompuStrike. Incredibly, Lima and Larkin each landing a total of 60 strikes, almost throwing an equal amount of strikes. Let's find out who is the Bellator welterweight champion. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go to your 3 judges at cage side. Your first judge, Chris Lee, scores the fight 50-45. Well, judges Dave Torelli and Doug Crosby both see the fight the same, 48-47. All see it for the winner by unanimous decision. And still, Bellator welterweight world champion, Douglas the Phenom Lima.
So Douglas Lima spoils the Bellator debut of Lorenz Larkin, retaining the Bellator welterweight title. Let's go up to Jimmy Smith.
I'm here with the winner and still champ, Douglas Lima. It looked like every time he got aggressive, every time he put you against the fence, you answered with power punches, able to counter over the top. You think that was the key tonight?
Just before I answer, thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this win. Oh man, I'm so blessed. I've been through a lot to get here. And just thank you, Lord. Man, he messed me up when he switched left-handed. I couldn't get the distance too good, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's just a tough guy, man. It was an honor for me to share the cage with a guy like that. He's just a tough guy.
Speaking of tough guys, speaking of free agents, speaking of people who want that belt, Rory McDonald is cage side. You know he's next. What are your words for him, brother?
Come get it. Come get it. I know he's been through a lot of tough fights, but wait until he come and face me. You'll see what a tough fight is.
You heard it from the champ, Douglas Lima. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so Douglas Lima would love to, welcome Rory McDonald to a championship opportunity. As you see, the championship banners being hung here in the rafters of Madison Square Garden as Douglas Lima and his team celebrating another championship victory as he scores a unanimous decision win over Lorenz Larkin. We are just kicking things off here at Bellator NYC live on pay-per-view. The first of our 2 championship fights are in the book. Still to come, Michael Chandler defending the title, his lightweight title against Brent Primus. And of course, our double main event featuring, well, MMA royalty, Fedor Emelianenko, Vanderlei Silva, Pride Fighting Championship icons. They'll be facing Matt Mitrione and Chael Sonnen, respectively. All right, let's go back up to Goldie and the boys.
Mauro, thank you very much. So 2 title fights are now in the books, and it gets interesting now. Lorenz Larkin misses his opportunity, at least for now, to become a champion in the Bellator cage. Rory McDonald, Douglas Lima, what a matchup. But you have MVP, you got Chidi Njokuani, you have Brennan Ward entertaining every single time. Koreshkov. I mean, this division, top to bottom, is as good as any division in mixed martial arts today. Mike Goldberg, Josh Thompson, Rory McDonald, good to see you. Josh, first and foremost, break down what you thought was the difference in the fight we just saw.
The difference was, I felt in this fight, was the power. The power that Lima was throwing was something that Larkin just wasn't ready to deal with as the fight went on. Rory, I want to get your opinion. What was your opinion on the fight?
I was really underwhelmed. I was expecting a good fight. I was, I had a lot of, excitement going into this fight. Larkin's an excellent fighter, but if these guys think they're keeping a belt fighting like that against me, it's not going to happen. I'm going to take these guys out. They're just going to be another body in the grave.
You know, I think underwhelmed would be like the English version of I'm not impressed with your performance, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. That was not up to par, that's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what was ultra impressive. Your Bellator debut in London against the Brit, Paul Daly. Take us back, talk us through it.
I just did what I do, man. It's another chapter. This is the next chapter in my career. I'm not playing games anymore. I'm coming forward. I'm doing my style now. I'm not playing games. I'm not point fighting anymore. I'm there to take you out. I'm hunting you down, and I'm gonna bury you, and that's it.
How much pressure was it on you to go there into the UK, fight someone like Paul Daly, and then come out there and look so impressive? How much pressure did you have, though? Your Bellator debut, fighting in hostile territory against someone like Paul Daly.
Not really much pressure. Fight is a fight to me. I don't care where I am, against who or against anybody. I'll fight you the way I want to fight everybody else. I'm going to take you out. I didn't really feel any pressure, to be honest.
What I love about him is he's so composed.
Yes.
Composed, he knows what he's going to do. Look, when you fought Paul Daly, you came out with a great game plan. Set up a couple little strikes right into the takedowns. You knew Paul Daly couldn't stop your takedowns. You went right back to the well in the second. Looked impressive, man. I got to tell you, amazing, amazing debut.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Always impressed with this kid from Kelowna, British Columbia. Rory McDonald, Douglas Lima next. Thanks for coming up and spending some time with us.
Thanks for having me.
Rory McDonald, always entertaining. I've caught a lot of his greatest fights, and we will look forward to his fight coming up soon against Douglas Lima for the title. Speaking of welterweights, when we are back in upstate New York, 4 of our top welterweights will collide. It is Friday, August 25th, from the Turning Stone Resort and Casino in Verona, New York. They are as exciting as any fighters in MMA today.
That got Ben Henderson.
That is it. He was out when he hit the ground.
Tomorrow morning, the conversation will be about Andre Koreshkov.
Bang! That is quick, my friend.
And he's in trouble, and what a stunner by Chidi and Jugalani. Pretty wild. Wow. Fernando, the Manapee Maniac from Chandler.
He goes, what's up, bro? You want to wrestle or you want to bang?
Side to one, waiting for that chance to counter strike, and Bray Ward buries him with the left hand.
I said, yo, let's bang, baby.
Oh, that's it. Good night.
Oh, good right hand.
And this one is over. Brennan Ward has done it again.
So we will see you in Verona, New York, 2 months and 1 day from now, August 25th. Bellator NYC, presented by Miller Lite, is brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. All right, the wait is finally over. It is time for the 20-year-old that the MMA world is calling the next superstar, Aaron Pico, to make his professional debut. Mauro Ranallo, back to you, bud.
All right, thank you very much, Goldie. And indeed, Aaron Pico, literally bred to be a mixed martial artist, making his pro debut at the world's most famous arena, MSG.
I started wrestling when I was 4 years old. I remember my face would be beat up. I could barely walk. I'd be so sore, and I would tell myself, I really enjoy this. People look at me like I'm crazy, but I honestly really, really love it. And I always thought to myself, I want to be a fighter. I want to fight in the big arenas on pay-per-view. This is something that I've been looking forward to ever since I was little. I actually remember getting a phone call saying, yeah, you're going to be on June 24th, Madison Square Garden. That's crazy. That's big time. That's what I'm trying to do, is put on the best show for the fans all over the world. At the end of the day, I want them to be like, the fight that we thought was the best was Aaron Pico's fight. When I make my professional debut, you are going to see a knockout in the first round.
And now ready to make his way to the cage, the altar boy, Zach Freeman.
23-year-old Zach Freeman must be saying to himself, hey guys, what about me? I'm in this matchup too. I'm making my first appearance at Madison Square Garden, and obviously wants to seize the opportunity. Would love to prove Public Enemy right. Don't believe the hype when it comes to Pico.
And he can say, I've had 10 professional fights. I have done this before. I am experienced. There's no real preparation for something like this. There's nothing like being in there. Zach Freeman has been in there.
5 of his 8 wins have come via submission. All 6 of his wins by KO or submission have come in the first round. He would love to make short work of the 20-year-old Aaron Pico. But I love the quote that Freeman gave to us in the fighter meetings. Jimmy, he says, God gives ordinary men extraordinary opportunities. At this point, I'm that ordinary guy getting this extraordinary opportunity, and I'm here for a reason.
And now set to make his way to the cage, Aaron Pico.
So much has been said about this 20-year-old who began wrestling at the age of 4, who started boxing at the age of 9. Madison Square Garden for Aaron Pico in his professional debut. It's a pressure cooker. He welcomes a challenge. He asked to be on this card, and Jimmy, when it comes to pressure, it creates diamonds, but it also bursts pipes.
It certainly does. It's one of those things where if I had $1 for every gym monster who never had a great career, I would have bought the UFC for $4.5 billion. I'd buy Bellator, I'd buy World Series of Fighting.
And you bring back Pride Fighting Champions.
All of it, why not? All of it together, and I have my Island, okay? There's nothing like being in there. There's nothing like the door actually closing behind you when he's never experienced that. What he has experienced is competition at an extremely high level in wrestling. So he's used to pressure, he's used to eyes on him, he's used to expectation. That's important.
I'll be the first to say hyperbole is the greatest word ever, Jimmy. But when you spend time with Aaron Pico, you can't help but be convinced that he is destined for big things.
Calm, focused, mature, way beyond his years.
All right, the tail of the tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
What else can you highlight but the record? 8-2 for Zach Freeman, pro debut for Aaron Pico.
All right, with the official introductions, here's Michael C. Williams.
Live on pay-per-view from the Garden here in New York City, Bellator MMA, Bellator NYC, presented by Miller Lite, now moves to the lightweight division set for 3 5-minute rounds is brought to you by Spike Sports. We introduce the blue corner first. At 6 foot, weighing in 155.8 pounds, his professional record, 8 wins with 2 defeats from St. Louis, Missouri, presenting the altar boy, Zach Freeman. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 156 pounds even. The highly decorated amateur boxer and wrestler tonight makes his long-awaited professional and Bellator debut from Whittier, California, introducing Aaron Pico. Get him, boy, get him, boy. In charge of the action, referee Rob Hines.
In life, you get one opportunity to make a first impression. Aaron Pico's pro debut begins right now against Zach Freeman. 3 5-minute rounds in the Bellator MMA cage. And he's hurt. Pico already rocked. Pico and Freeman looking for the choke.
That's a tight guillotine. The hype train has just derailed, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Freeman finishes it in the first round.
In a New York minute, Zach Freeman has just spoiled Aaron Pico's professional debut.
What did we say, Morrow? There's nothing like MMA. Throw out the gym stories, throw about what happened in class, what happened when we were sparring. This is real.
The world,
and
baby.
Zach Freeman is right. He just shocked the world.
The Altar Boys' prayers have been answered. Lightning quick victory. Tonight, it's all about Zach Freeman. Stunning.
You could have called this fight all or nothing for Aaron Pico. Got hurt early, choked early. Man, what a job by Zach Freeman.
Zach Freeman overwhelmed with emotion. Zach Freeman out of St. Louis, Missouri, has not fought since coming off a loss for the RFA lightweight title against Thiago Moises last September. Comes into the Bellator MMA cage, and like you said, Jimmy, he just derailed Aaron Pico's hype train. And to be fair, Jimmy, this is Aaron Pico's professional debut. Bernard Hopkins lost his first fight and became a boxing legend.
Oh, the sky's still the limit for Aaron Pico, but the idea that he put so much into this opening, so much was behind it, and he lost. That's a big psychological blow. See if he can come back.
All right, time for the Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum Replay. The bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
It started off with a knee. They were in here. Oh, uppercut. Thought he kneed him. It's an uppercut. Right into the guillotine. And look, he goes right after it, gets his hand underneath. Only a half guard, but that's all it takes. Bang, look at that uppercut. That rocked him. And then confidence in his finishing ability. This is how he's used to finishing fights. Goes to the power guillotine, pushes it up from underneath. Aaron Pico, no choice but to tap. And he was actually put out at the same time.
Zach Freeman has just recorded the 4th fastest submission in Bellator MMA history. Aaron Pico was gone in 24 seconds.
Let's check it out in real time. Aaron Pico comes out aggressively like we expected. See, I thought maybe that knee had started off. I was wrong. It's the uppercut. Bang! Aaron Pico never given a chance to get back into this fight. Great pressure, great confidence by Zach Freeman. Beautiful job on this guillotine. Aaron Pico held out as long as he could. You see, he went out as he tapped. Great stuff. Great stuff by Zach Freeman.
A stunning turn of events with the official announcement. Let's go back to Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes officially by way of a Darce choke. The time, 24 seconds of round number 1. The winner by submission, the Altar Boy, Zach Freeman.
All right, let's go up to Jimmy Smith, who is joined by the happiest man in Madison Square Garden.
Mike, turn around. In a night that was supposed to be about the debut of Aaron Pico, you made it about Zach Freeman. Do you know it the whole time, man?
You know what? The power of belief in this life. Anything can happen, but you have to believe it.
It was the uppercut that rocked him and hurt him, went right for the guillotine. How much confidence did you have in that submission? It was the first thing you went for when you thought you had him hurt.
I won the world championships in jiu-jitsu last year with the same move. Even my left hand, my right arm's a strong one, but you know what? Anyone gives me their neck, night-night.
Moving forward, you know the names in this division. You just put yourself right up with them. Anybody on your radar?
Everybody.
You heard it, Zach Freeman. They're cutting. Zach Freeman is ready for anybody. Give him a hand.
An incredible performance by Zach Freeman. In just 24 seconds, he submits the much ballyhooed Aaron Pico. Pico's professional debut spoiled by the Altar Boy. The 4th fastest submission in Bellator MMA history. Let's go back to Mike Goldberg.
Thank you, guys. This is why they fight. They close the gate and they fight. Zach Freeman said, I'm not going to let him get comfortable. I think that was an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, 24 seconds. You gotta remember, Aaron Pico is 20 years old. This is his debut. To me, he just showed a lack of respect. He went in there with his boxing style and he got caught early on. And by early on, I mean about in 17 seconds. That couldn't have went any worse. But again, he's 20 years old. Let's not murder the kid for this. He's gonna be just fine.
Everything he's accomplished in his life up to now, okay? This is a lot on his shoulders. We can talk that it wasn't all you want. He went out there, like you said, he showed a lack of disrespect. Not disrespect, just no respect. He said, hey, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna box him, I'm gonna knock him out. You know, we saw it a little bit at the weigh-ins yesterday. Bellator brought me to do two things, sell tickets and knock people out. It's a little hard to say because you're mainly a wrestler, so I think that's why Zach Freeman came out with that big uppercut thinking he was gonna shoot. If you look at the actual replay, you saw Zach get wobbled as well. Yeah. So they both landed at the same time. One is just a little bit bigger. Look, my whole thing with Aaron Pico is he really is a 145-pounder, okay? I mean, if you watch him at the weigh-ins.
Freeman's a big 55.
He's a big 55.
Huge 55.
Huge 55.
Yeah.
Pico can be successful at 55. Like I said, he doesn't need to make a lot of changes. He just needs a little more experience. Sit down, humble yourself. This should do it, and then back to the drawing board.
Look, you can spar with all the best boxers in the world, and you could train with the best guys in the world, but it's nothing like being in there in a fight.
Okay, nice segue, because Zach Freeman, Michael Chandler, Tyron Woodley, and others started at his gym in St. Louis. His coach is an Olympic silver medalist, Brendan.
Yeah. I mean, for Zach Freeman, he's a guy where he didn't buy into this side.
Right.
He really didn't. He's a veteran, so for him, he's at Madison Square Garden, but it is another day in the office. For Aaron Pico, he's never seen any of this. Now, he's still the biggest prodigy in mixed martial arts. I'm telling you, don't write this kid off. He will be your champ someday. Mark those words. He will be your champ.
All right, well, it's a big night for Zach Freeman, who told us a couple of days ago, this is an opportunity for me to make my name off of him. Well, I think you just did, Zach Freeman. All right, still to come later tonight. Fedor enters the Bellator cage for the very first time. It's an honor for this to happen, Brendan.
Yeah, anytime Fedor fights, though, I feel like the entire world stops, especially when he's in New York City, Madison Square Garden. It's literally like seeing Bigfoot for the first time. I've really never seen the guy up close and personal, and I've never been more excited. I get goosebumps thinking about that legend walking down this stair to fight my good friend, Matt Mitrione.
Matt Mitrione has a tough task ahead of him, though. We saw in the earlier interviews, if he comes out and does what he said he's going to do, where they're just going to exchange blows, it's going to be a short night for one of them. I'm not saying it's going to be a short night for Matt, but that's not the type of fight Matt should be fighting with someone like Fedor.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. Matt needs to use his footwork, his speed. That left hand needs to find a home early on. Otherwise, Matt's going to fall into a lot of trouble.
Well, Matt Mitrione said when Fedor was at his best, he was watching Barry Sanders and Michael Strahan and great athletes like that. But Matt is Matt, so he can downplay anything he wants. We know that is a huge opportunity for Mitrione to knock out a legend later tonight. All right, let's take a look at our schedule forthcoming. Our next fight card features the rubber match, Brandon Gertz, Derek Campos 3, Kendall Grove, John Salter 5 straight wins, the number 2 ranked Bellator middleweight, and Valerie Letourneau makes her Bellator debut. In August, we are in upstate New York, where 4 of our top welterweights collide. Korshkov, Njokuani, Ward, and Gonzalez. Then in San Jose, Benson Henderson battles Pitbull, and Roy Nelson makes his Bellator debut against Javi Ayala, who is coming up a 16-second knockout of Sergey Karatanov. Bellator NYC, presented by Miller Lite, is brought to you by Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum. Bold, 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core. We are now set for our lightweight title fight. Michael Chandler, the lightweight champion for the second time in his Bellator career, looking to make this MSG experience end perfectly by beating down Brent Primus. Moral.
Thank you very much, Goldie. A shocking turn of events in the lightweight division as, Jimmy, we look at Bellator's top 155-pounders.
I think you have to put Zach Freeman on that list now. Great up. You can't hype Aaron Pico so much and then go, well, he's only 20. Well, he's... No, he had a lot of hype coming in. Zach Freeman deserves respect for beating him. Can't have it both ways.
Well, Michael Chandler has been having it his way. Two-time Bellator lightweight champion who is getting set to defend against the undefeated upstart Brent Primus. And it's all going down here at Bellator NYC. Brent Primus, the young lion, taking aim at the Bellator lightweight title.
2 jabs, go. I like to be able to come forward like an Iron Mike Tyson and put hands on my opponents, put the fear of God in them. When you get into the sport of mixed martial arts, you want to do 3 things. You want to fight for world titles, you want to win world titles, and you want to fight at Madison Square Garden.
There's a very, very select few who have been able to compete in a combat sport, whether it be boxing or mixed martial arts, at Madison Square Garden, where icons like Ali and Frazier and Tyson, Holyfield, and we get to go out there and bleed where those guys bled. It really, really brings it to the next level, and I'm excited to go out there and do it.
Yeah, Michael's a beast, man, but I'm a bigger beast. This one guy is standing in the way of my whole life changing. It's crazy to think of where I came to be fighting at Madison Square Garden, for the lightweight world title. I grew up in Eugene, Oregon with my mom. She was single, she was a teenage parent. My dad was in prison my whole life. He was in prison before I was born. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it literally changed my life. When I get the rear naked choke, and there's not a ref there, then, I have the potential to kill you.
And there's the tap!
And so it's kind of a cool feeling, for sure.
When I went out there and smashed Patricky Pitbull and folded him up like a lawn chair, the highlight of that fight was not the actual punch landed. It wasn't knocking his mustache halfway into the 4th row and into the Scott Trade Center. That punch was just a product of that feeling of being at home inside the cage that I had never felt before. And now I felt it with Benson Henderson.
I don't know if the fans at home understand the beating that Benson Henderson just took.
And I'm gonna feel it right in the middle of Madison Square Garden against Brent Primus. He's gonna run into a buzzsaw.
He's gonna look in my eyes and just see fire.
The winner by TKO.
When I get him hurt and that killer instinct kicks in, you were never gonna see a more ferocious, more dominant man to ever step into the cage.
I'm gonna say goodbye to my family, go in there and bite down on my mouthpiece. I'm gonna go out there and shock everybody. I want there to be blood. I want to lick it off my gloves.
Oh my God!
I love being the underdog. This is all or nothing right here for me. There's no giving up. It's on.
When that cage door closes, he is fighting against the best lightweight in the world.
Now giving up his back!
I will hold that belt up high in the middle of Madison Square Garden.
Chandler's looking to finish! Oh my God! And he's got the rear naked!
That's the calling on my life, and if a couple people got to get hurt on the way there, so be it.
And now set to make his way to the cage, Brent Primus.
"32-year-old Brent Primus is undefeated, with a 7-0 in his professional MMA career, a victory via form of knockout, 4 submission wins, 5-0 in the Bellator MMA cage. And just like 2 Chainz, Jimmy, he took night classes at the School of Hard Knocks, and life's tough journey has now brought him to this, the opportunity of a lifetime, a chance to become Bellator lightweight champion.
7 fights in 7 years. Hasn't had a great activity level. A lot of it has been due to injuries to his opponent. He's had 2 or 3 in Bellator fall out because his opponent got hurt. He went through the whole camp, and then the fight ended up falling out from under him. Has had his own injury issues. One X factor there is that he's had so much time off that we don't know what he's added to his game. We don't know what wrinkles he's gotten in the gym that he might bring to the cage this night against Michael Chandler.
And Brent Primus coming off a victory, but like you say, Jimmy, his last fight was in April of last year.
That's right, Glariston Santos, very, very close. Before that, Derek Anderson. Both very tough customers, but both very, very close fights.
Homeless at the age of 13, selling drugs just to feed himself, and now has been able to turn his life around thanks to mixed martial arts, stepping into the cage at Madison Square Garden to challenge for the Bellator lightweight crown.
Let's see if he gets the ending he wants to his story.
And now, the reigning two-time Bellator lightweight world champion, Iron Michael Chandler.
Bellator MMA's homegrown champion. Michael Chandler, 16-3 as a professional mixed martial artist, 13-3 in Bellator in the midst of his second reign as Bellator 155-pound champ, and coming off another epic victory over one of the best lightweights, former UFC lightweight champion, Benson Henderson.
I thought he dominated Benson Henderson, and look at the record book. At the top in all of those categories, at or near the top. Incredible ability against Benson Henderson. He started out full bore, pedal to the metal all the way against Benson Henderson. Faded at the end. That's an important thing to keep in mind. Benson Henderson had a great 5th round against Chandler, but Chandler already had banked enough rounds to walk away with the belt. He's explosive, he's deadly. If there's one weakness to his style, he's had trouble in rounds 4 and 5.
Chandler also holds an epic victory, one of the greatest fights in Bellator MMA history against another former UFC lightweight champion, Eddie Alvarez, of course. Alvarez was in the main event in Madison Square Garden's first MMA event last November when he ran into, well, the notorious one, Conor McGregor.
2 epic fights against Eddie. They were both amazing.
It is time for the Bellator Lightweight Championship. Tail of the tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Like they talked about at the booth, Brent Primus, a giant at 155, 5'10", and a 4-inch reach advantage.
All right, with the official introductions, here is the voice of Bellator MMA, Michael C. Williams.
From Madison Square Garden tonight, live on pay-per-view, Miller Lite presents tonight's second world title fight here at Bellator NYC. 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Lightweight World Championship. Sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission. And now, from the Garden, we introduce the blue corner first. At 5'10", weighing in 154.2 pounds, in his first challenge for a world title, he comes in undefeated with 7 wins, no defeats, fighting out of Eugene, Oregon, introducing the challenger, Brent Primus. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner at 5'8", weighing in 153.8 pounds. The 2-time champion tonight in his 9th world title fight stands with 16 professional victories, 3 defeats. Originally from High Ridge, Missouri, he fights out of Lantana, Florida, presenting the defending Bellator Lightweight World Champion, Iron Michael Chandler. In charge of the action, your referee, Todd Anderson.
Until the end, baby.
Take yourself all the time. Obey my commands at all times. I expect an active fight this evening. If you wish to touch gloves, do so now.
Todd Anderson, the man assigned to oversee this Bellator lightweight championship fight. The champion Michael Chandler chasing Patricio Pitbull. In terms of all-time Bellator victories, a victory tonight, he will equal the mark. That's what it's all about, the Bellator lightweight championship. 5 5-minute rounds. Fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers! It's Miller time. The champion, Michael Chandler, in the red gloves. The challenger, Brent Primus, in the blue gloves. Jimmy, you mentioned Chandler having issues in the later rounds. Well, thankfully for him, 6 of his previous 7 victories have come by KO or submission, including 4 in the first round.
And he starts so fast, most fighters just can't keep up. End up falling to his speed and power.
Chandler became a 2-time Bellator lightweight champion when he defeated Patricky Freire via knockout at Bellator 157 last June. And of course, coming off that successful title defense against Benson Henderson via split decision in what former Bellator announcer Sean Grandy called the best Bellator fight that he announced. And we wish our friend Sean all the best in his future endeavors. Oh, and Chandler knocked down by Primus, and he ain't that knee.
That was a strange fall. That hurt his knee. That's why he fell.
Oh, and Primus attacking the lead leg of Chandler.
That ankle might be broken or twisted. He's in big trouble. His ankle went out on him.
And Primus, used to quick starts, all 5 wins by KO or submission have come in the opening round. And he is looking to make short work of Michael Chandler.
Chandler is in huge trouble right now. His lead leg is done.
And Chandler tried to check that low kick by Primus. Now trying to settle back into a rhythm, trying to get that blood circulating again, Jimmy.
But talk about having a...
Oh, yeah, he can hardly stand.
It keeps folding underneath him.
And you know that Brent Primus is going to do just that, continue to target the lead leg of Chandler.
This could not have started off any worse for Michael Chandler. That ankle just folding every time he tries to put weight on it. And with his style, he needs to put weight on it.
Now, do you agree that Brent Primus... Oh, good right hand with the counter right hand from Chandler. And now Chandler looking to seize the opportunity. What an amazing start to this fight as Chandler continues to have problems with his left leg. Timeout now called by the referee.
Now, I don't understand that. It's either over or it's not. You cannot stop it because of an injury. That should be over.
You're absolutely right, Jimmy.
If he cannot continue, it's over.
He is potentially stealing glory from Brent Primus.
You got to wave it off. You cannot stop and have him check it out. That was a legal strike. It was done by legal strikes. It is over.
Chandler saying he can go all day. But, I mean, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I've never seen this before. That's a horrible call by the ref. If he's that bad, fight's over. You can't stop and have an injury check because of a legal strike.
Well, there's no crying in baseball. There's no timeouts in MMA, Jimmy.
That's true. Brent Primus over here yelling. He's right. Fight should be over if he can't continue.
And you know, I'm trying to add some levity, but this is serious stuff. Brent Primus should be the Bellator lightweight champion.
And to add insult to injury, they pulled the stool out from under him. That sucks. Wow. It's over.
And back-to-back shockers at Madison Square Garden. Brent Primus in his 8th professional fight. 8 is enough to become Bellator lightweight champion.
I cannot wait to see what caused it, because that ankle suddenly just could not bear any weight at all. Could have been a leg kick. Primus was leading with him.
I'm the champion!
Unfortunate turn of events where Brent Primus's title victory, the celebration, overshadowed by an unfortunate mistake by the referee.
Extreme miscommunication there, but hey, we got the right result.
We did get the right result. Hallelujah. And you have to, of course, you feel for Bellator lightweight champion Michael Chandler, but let's go to the Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum replay, the Bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
Thank you guys so much.
Find what did it. did it.
Well,
oh my God.
And then he ate the knee, but
he took his leg back to avoid a kick, and it just crumpled under him. Don't watch this. If you've got a faint heart or a weak stomach, he stepped back to avoid the kick, and his ankle just folded. He could no longer put weight on it. There was nothing he could do at that point. And you can hear the crowd reacting to it. It just kept giving out on him. And just in case you want to see it again, it just constantly gave out on Chandler. You know, good call by the referee in terms of stopping the fight. It just shouldn't have been, you know, that injury timeout situation.
Exactly. But wow, here on the biggest event in Bellator history, the biggest victory of Brent Primus' life. He has just defeated Michael Chandler to become the new Bellator lightweight champion. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cage-side physician waves off the contest due to injury. Official time 2 minutes, 22 seconds into round number 1. The winner by TKO, and now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Brent Primus.
Let's go to Jimmy Smith, who is joined by the new Bellator champion at 155.
I'm here with the winner and new lightweight champion, Brent Primus. You just touched gloves with Michael Chandler and said, hey, let's do it again. I know this isn't the way you wanted to get the belt, but a great performance.
Yeah, man, I can't even put into words. I'm so excited. You guys can boo me all you want, but I've trained my butt off. I sacrificed everything. It's the name of the game. Anything can happen, you know. Man, I'm so blessed. Thank you, God. Thank you, all my family, my friends, and everybody in Eugene, Oregon, and Portland, Oregon, and Irvine, Orange County, Team Oyama, all you guys, and Gracie Baja and Performance Martial Arts. Thank you guys so much.
Would it add something to you to get a rematch and finish him standing up like you were close to doing? His ankle went out. He was injured. I know you went after him. Would it mean more to you to get another shot at Michael Chandler and win the belt the way you wanted it?
Man, at the press conference, I told him I was going to beat him, and we're going to have a second. I'm going to give him an immediate shot. I told him that, and he deserves it. He's the champion. You know, I look up to Chandler and have for a long time, and it was a true honor to get in here and throw leather with that guy. He's a beast, you know, so I would love to do it again. Let's have a trilogy match. Let's do it again, man.
Oh, congratulations to the new champ. Mike, if I can talk to you for a second. We have it on tape. That ankle went right out from under you.
Cut it off! Cut this thing off! I'll keep going!
I know you always want to keep going, but it gave out. You couldn't put any weight on it at all. How do you feel about what he said, that he'd love to do it again to win the belt?
I didn't hear a word he said. I cannot wait to get back in this cage. Bellator, New York City, I love you! Thank you guys for the support. I felt every single scream when this little thing was crippling underneath me. Thank you guys. I love you. Brent Primus, you better train freaking hard, boy, because I'm coming back with a vengeance.
Let's give it up for both of them, Brent Primus and Michael Chandler, ladies and gentlemen.
So, it appears that we will get the rematch for the Bellator Lightweight Championship, but what a story. Homeless at 13. Bellator lightweight champion at the age of 32, Brent Primus, walks out of Madison Square Garden with the gold. Let's go. Speaking of gold, let's go back to Golden.
Thank you very much, Moro. Okay, I will say it again. That is why they fight. That is why they lock the gate. So unfortunate for Michael Chandler. But he was serious. Cut it off, he would have kept fighting.
Yeah, Michael Chandler's as tough as they come, and for Primus, that's not the way you want to get the belt. It's just not. I don't care what he says in the cage, how he feels right now. He knows deep down he never beat Michael Chandler, so it's tough to see.
There's a lot that I can say, but the one thing that I will say, if you look at this, I can't stop from cringing. He does it there, but look at Michael Chandler's eyes. He's like a lion in the animal just looking at his prey. He never took his eyes off of his opponent the whole time. That shows right there the intensity and the level that he's fighting at. He just knows that this is it for me. Like, he knew he didn't want to give up.
I'll tell you what, I can't wait to watch the rematch.
Oh, yeah. Well, Josh, you and I talked about it, and Brendan as well, that if any fighter who we talked to on Thursday was cherishing this moment the most, it was Michael Chandler. And I even said before the fight, he wanted it to end magically, and instead, it ended tragically.
For me, honestly, this was his night. Okay, this was Michael Chandler's night to shine in NYC, in Madison Square Garden, under the bright lights, here for Bellator. He is the face of Bellator. This didn't change anything. Let me just make that clear. Okay, Michael Chandler is the face of Bellator MMA. I'm letting that, and I'm a little biased because, you know, I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter in that weight class. But let's just be honest. This kid is the future. He is the present right now. He is the face of Bellator MMA.
And this doesn't hurt Chandler. If anything, this just brings more anticipation for this rematch. Chandler's still the face. He's still the future. He's going to be tough to actually beat without rolling his ankle.
Well, speaking of anticipation, one kidney stone forced us to wait and wait, but now the time has come. Fedor Emelianenko, Matt Mitrione. Take a look, Brendan, at this division and the newest addition, Big Country Roy Nelson.
Yeah, you look at the heavyweight division in Bellator, and there's a lot of big names. There's a lot of great matchups for Big Country Roy Nelson. I can't wait to see him go in there and do some work. But tonight, we get to watch Fedor compete in Madison Square Garden against my good friend, former foe, former teammate, Matt Mitrione. It's going to be a fun one. I hope Matt sticks to the game plan, uses his footwork, because it's a huge night for both guys.
You were just a youngster when he knocked you out on The Ultimate Fighter on Spike in 2009. Bellator NYC, presented by Miller Lite, is brought to you by KFC's new spicy, crispy Zinger chicken sandwich. KFC, it's finger-licking good. The action continues here in the Mecca, back down tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Mike, and we are set for the first of our two main events here at Bellator NYC. And Fedor Emelianenko looking to recapture past glory, while Matt Mitrione seeks his signature victory after passing kidney stones.
Well, as most of you know by now, the main event tonight, Matt Mitrione and Fedor Emelianenko, will not happen.
What the hell happened in San Jose?
I had kidney stone, man, and I did everything I could to pass it, and I couldn't pass it. My body didn't cooperate, man. I just couldn't do it. And I felt like such a douche of a human being for that. I knew I did not lose a chance to fight Fedor. I knew it. He wouldn't fight anybody else. He knows better. If Fedor wants to be back to who Fedor was, I'm the guy he needs to beat.
Who is Fedor? Fedor is a Russian fighting god from the coldest parts of Russia.
You put the name Fedor, he's gonna fight. Everybody wants to watch.
That mystique captures you the first time you see him walk to the cage.
He's just a normal guy that can just beat the shit out of you, to be honest.
The Last Emperor!
Я решил вернуться, потому что желание биться, наверное, у меня в крови.
Outside of the UFC, Fedor Emelianenko fought and defeated 5 former or future champions. Minotauro Nogueira, Tim Sylvia, Kevin Randleman, Mark Coleman, Andre Arlovsky. He finished the Hall of Fame, and that's why he's the greatest of all time.
And just the fact that he's gonna come back to Bellator and fight 1 or 2 more times in that cage, you know, that means he came back to prove something. And he's gonna come back and fight the big dogs. And he chose the big Great Dane in Matt Mitrione.
This is a fight for Fedor that he's got something to prove.
prove that I'm still there.
Я надеюсь. Для этого мы все, я и моя команда, мои друзья, мои бойцы, делаем все, чтобы порадовать зрителей.
It's a fight for Mitrione to look at and say, I'm the guy.
I can tell you on my end, there's nothing that will keep this fight from happening. Nothing. When I walk into MSG, it's a home crowd. I have the Giants background, I have my family. I'm Irish and Italian, which is what New York is made out of. And I'm gonna put hands on the GOAT? Forget about it. I'm gonna make him look slow. I'm gonna make him look awkward. He's gonna headbutt my fist and put himself to sleep. And I'm just gonna be there to watch.
When Fedor fights in the main event and it goes black and that Fedor music comes on and somebody's getting their ass whipped.
I'm coming for that knockout that nobody's ever gonna forget.
A spectacular finish!
Это нехорошо, потому что за каждое слово нам придется ответить. Если не перед людьми, то перед Богом.
And now ready to make his way to the cage, Mitrione.
38-year-old Matt Mitrione, affectionately known as Meathead, is used to high-pressure situations played in the NFL. In fact, with the New York Giants in this very city, of course, hence the name New York. But also, he started his professional career in the octagon, and tonight faces, well, one of the biggest names to ever grace mixed martial arts.
And what you have to think about is he's a huge heavyweight, very big, bigger than Fedor, and very light on his feet, has excellent mobility, throws great combinations. The thing to keep in mind, though, in Bellator is that he's been an easy target. Chael Sonnen on top rocked him early, almost finished him before he came back and got the TKO win against Ollie Thompson in London. He ate a lot of punches from the British brawler. They've been exciting fights, really fun to watch, great stuff. But he's been taking punches that if Fedor lands them, they're gonna put him out.
All right, keys to victory brought to you by KFC's new spicy, crispy Zinger Sandwich. KFC, it's finger looking good.
Now keep moving. Cut the angle, stay light on your feet, always circling around the cage. And it's a man, not a legend. There's a certain point where you're not worried about the name, you're not worried about the legacy. It's just another opponent in front of you. I think Matt Mitrione is already there.
Matt Mitrione, 11-5, 10 of his victories via form of knockout, including 2-0 in Bellator MMA.
And now, the legendary heavyweight set to make his way to the cage, the last Emperor, Fedor Emelianenko.
Not gonna lie, Jimmy, experiencing a case of deja vu right now. Madison Square Garden might as well be Saitama Super Arena. Looks and feels a lot like it right now. It was in Japan for Pride Fighting Championships where Fedor Emelianenko became the GOAT in MMA, undefeated in 15 fights, and as you so eloquently put it in the feature, beating some of the biggest names in MMA history. But that was then, this is now. He is 40 years of age, 2-0 since coming out of a 3-year retirement in 2015. What does he bring to Bellator in his debut?
That is the question on everyone's mind. How much of the pride Fedor, the affliction Fedor, how much of that guy is still left? Because power is usually the last thing to go, and what he throws almost exclusively are power punches. But what gets overlooked of his 36 wins, 17 submissions, 11 knockouts, 17 submissions. He is deadly on the ground. A lot of people forget that.
One thing's for sure, life is sweater when Fedor Emelianenko is in the house making his Bellator MMA debut. 36-4 with 1 no contest, 11 knockouts, 17 submissions, and again, there is a reason many people believe he is the greatest heavyweight in mixed martial arts history. Keys to victory brought to you by KFC's new spicy, crispy Zinger sandwich. Hey, Jimmy, KFC, it's finger looking good.
Commit to your punches. That's what he always does. He leans into every shot. Matt Mitrione is going to be there to be hit. Stay off your back. We know he has a great armbar. He is great from his back, but Matt Mitrione, being the bigger guy, you don't want that weight wearing you out in this fight.
We are set for the first of our 2 main events here at Bellator NYC. Tailor the Tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
And look at the height and weight advantage for Matt Mitrione. He's the bigger man in there tonight.
With the official introductions, here once again is Michael C. Williams.
Live on pay-per-view, Miller Lite presents Bellator NYC from Madison Square Garden. We're set for the first of tonight's double main event, 3 5-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. And now, from the mecca of combat sports, we introduce the blue corner. At 6'3", weighing in 256.6 pounds. Inside the Bellator cage, he's 2-0, both wins coming by way of knockout. And as a professional, he brings 11 total victories along with 5 defeats. From Springfield, Illinois, he fights out of West Lafayette, Indiana, presenting Matt Mitrione. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 236.4 pounds, with countless titles to his credit and his place in history secured. Tonight, the icon makes his Bellator debut, bringing an unparalleled professional record with 36 victories and just 4 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from Stadihosko, Russia, introducing the last Emperor, Fedor Emelianenko. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Dan Mergliano.
All right, gentlemen, set up, please. All right, gentlemen, been through the rules in the locker room. I want you to obey my commands at all times. I want you to protect yourselves at all times. If you want to touch gloves, do it now. Okay. All right, good luck to both of you.
Referee Dan Mergliano with his final instructions as we get set for this heavyweight tilt. Fedor Emelianenko, Matt Mitrione, Hall of Famer Royce Gracie taking in the first of this night's 2 main events.
You ready, sir? You ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
Fight clock brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Cheers, it's Miller time. Almost 7 years since Fedor Emelianenko has fought in the United States of America, making his Bellator MMA debut in the red gloves. Matt Mitrione in the blue gloves, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds.
Already Matt Mitrione very aware, bouncing on his feet, trying to stay mobile. You see he likes to let his hands float really low.
And of course, Fedor looking to erase the memories of his last tenure in the United States, losing 3 in a row in the Strikeforce organization. Now on a 5-fight win streak. Can he recapture past glory? You know Matt Mitrione wants to spoil his Bellator debut, and Mitrione, of course, looking to, well, the vacancy right now in that heavyweight championship. The winner of this fight will probably move into a spot for the title.
That will be the #1 contender. The guy who wins this fight will be the one people will be looking at when it comes to who's going to be the Bellator heavyweight champ, for sure.
Oh, they both double knockdown! Fedor Emelianenko turned, and just like Dan Henderson did, it's over! It's over! Mamma mia! Meathead has done it! Matt Mitrione with another lightning quick finish! What a night at MSG!
How many wacky things are going to happen tonight?
You might still think he's in a fight.
They hit each other at the same time, Rocky style.
Yeah,
and
Rocky
Matt
did it,
Mitrione.
Rocky 3.
Yeah, Matt Mitrione recovered quicker.
Wow. And I hate to say it, but we may have just seen the last Emperor's last stand. Matt Mitrione blows through Fedor Emelianenko at Madison Square Garden.
I am stunned. I can't wait to see the end because I don't believe what I just saw. Both guys were feeling each other out as soon as they got in the range. They both struck at the exact same time.
And here's our Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core. Wow!
Right hands. Both of them threw it. Matt Mitrione just recovered faster and was able to lay it on to Fedor Emelianenko.
And remember when Dan Henderson knocked him out in similar fashion underneath the armpit with those uppercuts.
Bang! Just like Dan Henderson, those short uppercuts right underneath, right to the jaw. A guy Matt Mitrione's size doesn't take many of those to knock you out.
You know, boxing's GOAT Muhammad Ali was defeated here at Madison Square Garden. Well, MMA's GOAT, according to many, has just been defeated by Matt Mitrione at the Mecca of combat sports.
Look at it again. You're not going to see this
unbelievable
very many times in your life. A double knockdown, both with the right hand. But Matt Mitrione able to recover quicker. This is real speed. An amazing turn of events. Man, if you are not watching this live, you explain to somebody what happened, they're not gonna believe you.
I can't believe it. An incredible night. Matt Mitrione improving to 3-0 in the Bellator MMA cage with the biggest win of his career, as Fedor Emelianenko being tended to Henry Hooft, one of the top striking coaches in the sport, celebrating with Mitrione. Wow. Did anyone see Bellator NYC unfolding quite this way? The former New York Giant with a giant win at Madison Square Garden. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the end comes officially. 1 minute, 14 seconds into round number 1. The winner by knockout, Matt Mitrione.
Let's go up to Jimmy Smith.
I'm here with Matt Mitrione. Matt, after a double knockdown, you get up to finish the fight by TKO. You just love drama in your fights, man.
You know, I'll tell you what, man. I told my coaches and my trainers all week long, this shit's gonna be just like when I knocked out Derek Lewis. I feel it, I knew it was gonna happen, we were gonna explode at the same time, and may the best man win. Hey, by the way, please, everybody loves Fedor, man. Please give it up for Fedor, please, for coming back. That's incredible. Also, my kids, put your earmuffs on. Hey, President Trump, fuck the Golden State Warriors. I'm a real warrior. I'll come to the White House, and I'll be good and honorable. So invite me, my man. Second of all, we got Mrs. Leonard, my high school football coach's wife, and Andy Sankin. I won my fight, now you win yours. And everybody, look, Tim Hague just died in the boxing ring. Please, I'll tweet the link out today. It's at Matt Mitrione. Please, go to his GoFundMe. He's got a 9-year-old son, and he just died. Please, if you got 25 cents or $1,000, give this kid a life, please.
Talk us through the end of the fight. You were both hit. Were you aware of what was going on? Was it instinct, or were you conscious? Talk about the finish of that fight.
You know what's crazy? In the middle of the fight, he's so freaking smart. I saw him, he looked at my hips, and he was watching my feet when I was moving. And that's why I was like, oh, I want to switch it up a little bit and play around with him. So maybe I kind of confused him a wee bit. But I know that he started to engage and I engaged. I didn't know that we both dropped. I looked up and I was like, oh shit, he's on his back. And so I jumped up and started punching that cat.
So you don't remember going, boom, you were on the ground.
Hell no, I don't remember. I mean, I remember looking up and being like, oh shit, I'm about to jump on him. And that's what it was, man.
Well,
go Big Blue!
Well, you keep going, you keep doing it. Matt Mitrione, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Extremely gracious in victory, Matt Mitrione, and I want to echo a sentiment on behalf of everybody here at Bellator MMA. We want to extend our deepest condolences to the family of Tim Hague. And like Matt said, if you can help give his 9-year-old son a life, please do. But let's not overshadow what just happened here tonight. Matt Mitrione defeating Fedor Emelianenko and now getting props from the likes of Tito Ortiz, Chuck Zito, Big Country Roy Nelson, the latest heavyweight addition to Bellator, and of course one of the greatest heavyweights ever, Randy Couture. Dan Henderson's in the house. But what? Jimmy, can we do this every week, my man?
Is it going to rain fire tonight or something? I'm worried that an earthquake will split New York in half or something. Everything crazy is happening tonight.
Wow, Matt Mitrione just stopped Fedor Emelianenko, but the pay-per-view doesn't stop. Let's go back to Mike Goldberg.
Guys, thank you very much. On that theme, we all would like to send our love and prayers to Matt Hughes and his family, the Hall of Famer. Get well soon. We are all saying our prayers. Now, I need to keep a promise to my buddy Matt Mitrione, because a couple of months ago he said, Goldie, I'm gonna knock out Fedor, and you're gonna call my fight. Then he found out I wasn't gonna call the pay-per-view, but I said, when you knock him out, if you do, I will say, it's all over, just like that.
Yes! My night's complete too. Yes! Virtually identical.
There you go.
I got that in there, brother.
Right before the fight started, Brendan, you said, you think my buddy can do it? And I was like, yes. And you were like, yes.
You didn't know what Matt was going to show. It was scary, man. I had nerves. I had real nerves. And a superstar was born tonight. And I think, especially if Wanderlei loses, Pride's officially dead. It's an end of Pride, man. If Wanderlei loses, Fedor just got starched, double knockout. You can't write this stuff.
You're talking my era when you say Pride is
sorry,
dead. I fought in Pride, man. I'm just saying, hey, the people that bought pay-per-view, you got your money's worth tonight. That was amazing. We still have another fight. Let's not forget about that.
A big fight. A big fight at that.
A big fight at that. And you look at Fedor and you look at his legacy. Like Matt said, you can't take anything away from the last Emperor, because he truly is still put his whole body of work together, the greatest heavyweight of all time.
100%. The biggest thing I saw tonight, though, was, look, Matt recovered faster. Matt was the one that got the athleticism, I think, paid off tonight. And that's exactly what happened. Look, they both got dropped, but it was who could get to their feet faster.
And Brendan, you can relate. Yeah, it was the speed, but you can relate because you were a college football player. Then you became a mixed martial artist. Matt had all of his professional fights in the UFC and now in Bellator, so you kind of came up the same way and used your athleticism the same way that Matt has.
Yeah, but you get to a certain level where that athleticism, it doesn't match the technique. And, you know, tonight, Matt was lucky because he was the faster guy, and he was able to recover faster. But still, Fedor, you can see there, he's not some washed-up vet, man. That guy still got it. He dropped Matt, but Matt just responded a little faster. He's a little younger. We got the win tonight. The biggest victory ever in Matt Mitrione's career. I'm so happy, boy.
Congratulations, Matt Mitrione. This is for sure the greatest night of your professional fighting career. Bellator MMA here inside Madison Square Garden is brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports. Back down to Moro Ronaldo. We have ourselves another pretty big fight.
That we do, Mr. Goldberg, the second of our double main event. And hey, Pride never die. Well, maybe. Wanderlei Silva and Chael Sonnen coming up. But right now, a swing bout in the welterweight division. Naaman Gracie against Dave Marfone here at Bellator NYC.
And now, ready to make his way to the cage stage, let's go, Marone.
So, Jimmy, some bonus action here at Bellator NYC, and Dave Marone making his way to the Bellator cage. A record of 5-2, making his Bellator debut. 4 of his 5 victories have come inside the distance. All 4 have been in the first round, 3 by knockout, 1 via rear naked choke.
That's right, he has the wrestling credentials. Very, very strong, a big guy for this weight class. Even Gracie, so far in Bellator, has faced mostly strikers, not a lot of wrestlers. This could be a slightly different kind of game than he's used to tonight.
And Marone actually began training in MMA at the relatively advanced age of 22 in 2008, but he did start wrestling at the age of 12.
That's what's so funny, to get to the ultimate level of wrestling, to really compete, you gotta start young. A lot of guys start MMA late, but they start wrestling 6, 7, 10 years old. And he's one of those guys, started very young, brought those skills into MMA.
And Dave Marone also deserves all of our respect, having served 2 tours in Afghanistan. Very grateful for his service as he gets set to face Naaman Gracie.
And now, set to make his way to the Bellator cage, Naaman Gracie.
Well, we saw MMA legend hoist Gracie at cage side. Here comes another member of the first family of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Naaman Gracie. He is undefeated at 5-0, stepping up to the biggest show in Bellator history. 4 submission wins. Surprise, surprise, with a surname like Gracie. And by the way, the Gracie family tree has more branches than the Bank of America, but he also has 3 first-round submission wins.
Yeah, he's long, he's technical, very long legs, excellent guard. It's very hard to get around his style, technically and physically. Great competition guy in his day in jiu-jitsu, transitioned to MMA. I think his style has translated well.
He began training jiu-jitsu at 4 years old. For Gracie, that's old. That's what way to
started late. So had preschool to go to. Wasn't quite the same. See versus Flynn, the rear naked choke finish, beautiful body triangle. And against Rudy Bears, it was a clinic. Look at this armbar transition, and pop goes the arm. Great pressure, great finish by Naaman Gracie. Once he gets you in trouble, it is all over. Great finishing instincts.
All right, bonus action here at Bellator NYC. Taylor the Tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
And look what's highlighted, the name. Being a Gracie comes with a lot of support, also comes with a lot of pressure.
All right, with the official introductions here once again, Michael C. Williams.
Bellator NYC live tonight on pay-per-view. Now moves to the welterweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds. We introduce the blue corner at 5'11", weighing in 170.4 pounds. His professional record: 5 wins, 2 losses. Fighting out of Utica, New York, Dave Marone. And across the cage, his adversary, out of the red corner, at 6 foot, weighing in 170.4 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated at 5-0 from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He fights out of New York, Naaman Gracie. And the referee in charge of the action, Todd Anderson.
Back it up, back it up, back it up. You ready? Ready, fight!
Set for 3 5-minute rounds in Bellator's welterweight division. Naaman Gracie in the red gloves. Dave Marone in his first Bellator appearance in the blue gloves. And Marone told us that he can throw 100% power for 15 minutes. Of course, Naaman Gracie, I don't think you need to be a member of Mensa to know that he's going to do just this.
Exactly that. Great level change. Marone did a good job of getting to the fence. scrambled back to his feet.
Don't grab the cage.
Turning his back just enough.
Don't grab
Gracie
the cage.
still all over him. That's what I mean with those long legs, that tall build. Very hard to escape those limbs. Marone doing what he can.
Naaman Gracie trains with his uncle, Renzo Gracie. He is the cousin of Royce Gracie. Trains at Renzo Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy. Of course, Renzo Gracie, another luminary in mixed martial arts, and has done very well for himself in the Big Apple. Owning the gym is Marone trying to unload on Gracie as he's pinned up against the fence.
He's surprised to start taking him to his left to go for that outside trip. Now he doesn't go for it. Back to over-under position.
The man, you know, meeting Dave Marone for the first time at the fighter meeting, I was struck by just how big of a welterweight he is.
Giant. Really strong.
Oh, good right hand. Gracie lands a right hand. Body kick slips and falls, but Marone not wanting to go into the jaws of the jiu-jitsu shark.
That's the confidence of Naaman Gracie. He says, I can throw with everything I got. If he takes me down, good.
Man, Marone just whiffed that uppercut.
Collided heads there.
And Gracie, top position.
This is exactly where Naaman Gracie wants to be. Away from the fence. Use that slow burn Gracie jiu-jitsu style, one step at a time, until you end up tapping.
Again, coming into this fight, Gracie has recorded 3 first-round submission victories. And talk about what is taking place right now, Jimmy, in terms of methodical pace, and now the full mount.
Great stuff, right into full mount. Oh, good job by Marone to get his half guard back.
Just past the midpoint of the opening round. Still to come, the second of our double main events, a good old-fashioned grudge match. Chael Sonnen against Fedor Silva. But there's Marone with the underhook and a knee right up the gut.
That's 2 times Naaman Gracie has gotten him down and not been able to really establish a great position. Briefly had the mount, but Marone able to get his half guard back.
What a thrill it's got to be for both Marone and Gracie. They got to be thanking the likes of Primus, Matt Mitrione, Zach Freeman
for the craziness we have seen tonight.
Another lead right hand by Gracie, showcasing some of his striking.
You know, it's kind of an awkward style. It's a little strange, but he's able to find the target, especially with that right hand.
And of course, as you, oh wow, clipped up Marone again with a right hand. And while the Gracies made their bones with jiu-jitsu and MMA, you have to constantly evolve. I mean, striking is such a crucial part of the sport. The days of single disciplines are long gone. Although, and Jimmy, you, I'm sure attest to this, we are still seeing as much as you have to be well-rounded, if you do specialize in a specific discipline, we're seeing a lot of people still succeed with that.
Yeah, you know, that's one of those things. That's kind of a split in mixed martial arts. People go, hey, if you're good at something, get better at that, make that your bread and butter, and add some extra tools to set it up. Other people are, hey, you want to get away from what you're best at, so you're great at everything. Guys like Damian Maia, for example, say, hey, I believe in my jiu-jitsu. Continue using it until somebody can stop me.
Against Mark Munoz, he tried to show off a little of his striking, and Gracie doing a good job of mixing it up. Here's Marone trying, and does successfully thwart the takedown attempt by Gracie.
And that's what you want to do if you're Marone. You want to stop the takedowns, make Gracie work for takedowns that aren't going to be successful. Make him spin gas on something that isn't working.
Final 15 seconds of the opening round. Bellator welterweight division action between the undefeated Naaman Gracie and the 5-2 Dave Marone, who's making his first appearance in a Bellator cage. Marone going for a guillotine on Naaman Gracie. And Gracie saying,
back to your corner, let's go.
Excelente, cara. Excelente luta, só que tu repara.
Marone going hard for the takedown.
Deixando ele solto, cara.
I'm sorry, Gracie going hard for the takedown that led to this guillotine position right here. Left his head a little too deep. But you notice the legs aren't locked. And without that, there's no way you're gonna tap a guy like Naaman Gracie. Especially with that amount of time left. You'd rather pass out. There's not enough time to finish it. Even if the legs were locked, that would have been tough.
Wide open. He can't take you down. He can't hold you down. He's got nothing if he can't hit the ground with you. Take over this fight right now.
Well, and round 2. How'd you score it on your unofficial scorecard? The first 5 minutes, Jimmy.
10-9 Gracie. Didn't get a couple takedowns, land some strikes. Marfono's making him work for everything he gets.
Body kick by Gracie, and now double pumping the jab, trying to follow up with that right hand and swinging wildly with that right.
Now, Marfono's done a good job frustrating Gracie when it comes to the takedown. He's only given up a couple. He's made him work. He hasn't been able to hold him down, but hasn't really found his own offense yet.
Marone was a 2-time state finisher in high school. Comes to wrestling. Can you believe that Marone has actually fought at 155 pounds as Gracie again gets stopped with a takedown?
Nick 170.
Minute gone in the second. Now, you've been impressed with how Marfone's been able to stop the takedown. Well, oh, but there's a go behind by Gracie. I was going to say, what can Marone do to help his cause?
Yeah, he's not doing enough of that. Sometimes he's frustrating Gracie with the takedown, but it's been Gracie who's provided most of the offense in this match.
Do not impact that fight by grabbing that cage.
Hook in by Gracie, now taking the back of Marone. Got the body triangle on Dave Marone.
Don't you grab it.
Oh, wow. Nice escape attempt by Marone, but
that's an all or nothing move. If you get the guy from back, you end up in deeper trouble. And right now, he's in deeper trouble. Body triangle by Gracie. We've seen how deadly he can be from this position.
And we've seen people tap out due to the pressure exerted due to the body triangle. Especially in this position, Jimmy. You flatten out your opponent. Now he's looking for the rear naked choke. The Mataleo! The Lion Kill in Brazil. Will he be able to submit Dave Marone? And he does! Naaman Gracie improving to 6-0 with, surprise, surprise, a submission victory.
You knew once he got a dominant position, Dave Marone was in serious trouble. As soon as he got that back body triangle, this one was over.
And Naaman Gracie celebrating on top of the cage here in New York, where he trains. Here's our Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum Replay, the Bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
Yeah, took his back against the fence, then got the body triangle on the ground. Look at it here. Arm underneath the chin. Look at that pressure, those long legs extending the hips of Marone. The key to the rear naked choke is opening your opponent up, putting pressure on his hips, and that's exactly what Naaman Gracie did. From now on, though, he's in the Shark Tank at 170. That's a monster division.
Nicely done.
Will he be the next great Gracie in MMA?
A long lineage. Naaman Gracie representing the family. And there is Royce Gracie smiling ear to ear as another member of that legendary family succeeds here at MSG. Naaman Gracie received his Gracie Jiu-Jitsu black belt when he was 22 years of age, the same age that Marone started training in MMA. And there's Enzo Gracie, always lighting up the room with that smile, ultra charismatic, and we're gonna make it official now. with Michael C. Williams.
27 seconds into round number 2. The winner by submission, still undefeated, Gracie.
I'm here with your winner, Gracie. The first round, got a couple takedowns, couldn't hold him down, was able to get back to his feet. You landed some good punches. Did you know you were going to get that good position?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I want to dedicate this victory to my friend, Max Magar. Max, you are the true warrior, my brother. He's been fighting cancer. He tapped cancer out. Now he finished with the chemo. Brother, this victory is for you. You are the true warrior.
Moving forward at 170 pounds, very deep division. Is that where you want to go for the title and represent the Gracie family in Bellator?
Of course. I'm here for this. Thank you, everybody from Renzo Gracie Academy that came out. Thank you. Meu amor, eu te amo.
Let's give it up for Gracie, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Gracie, victorious in his backyard here at the world's most famous arena, and there's the hug from his cousin, Royce Gracie, as Naaman remains undefeated in his MMA career, picking up another victory here at Bellator NYC. And I am joined once again by Jimmy Smith, and boy, Bellator NYC, my man.
Crazy night. It can only get crazier with the main event.
Yes, it can, because it features two individuals who have an extreme antipathy for one another. The cauldron of enmity between Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva is about to reach its boiling point.
Familiarity breeds contempt. Well, they are very familiar with one another. This has been brewing for a long time, since The Ultimate Fighter, since Chael Sonnen's comments about Brazil. And Chael Sonnen has done everything in his power to make this fight even more personal against the guy in Wanderlei Silva, as you know from Pride, takes every fight personally.
Yeah, the Axe Murderer, one of the great stars on a Pride Fighting Championship, but it's been a long time since he's been in action, coming off a memorable knockout of Brian Stann at Saitama Super Arena, but both have had their issues with legalities, and you wonder, Chael Sonnen, the Baron of Bloviation, Lord of Loquaciousness, as we take a look at the Axe Murderer's locker room, tonight Sonnen has to back that talk up.
You don't want on your MMA tombstone, man, he was a great talker. You want to be known for the fights that you won, for the performances you had. Yeah, we want that. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. But as a fighter, you want to be remembered for winning big fights. This might be Chael Sonnen's last opportunity to do that. He cannot afford to lose tonight against Wanderlei Silva, a guy he has talked into a corner, a guy he has made more emotional. He may have learned against Tito Ortiz. That doesn't always work out.
All right, so we are just moments away from a good old-fashioned grudge match between Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva, years in the making. The main event brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And coming off a devastating loss in his Bellator debut, Chael Sonnen has a long time score to settle with the Axe Murderer Wanderlei Silva. Well, the time for talking is over. The main event is next.
I do not like Wanderlei Silva. This is a guy that hides out in Brazil. He doesn't want to be around me because I publicly threatened him and said the next time I see him, I'll be fighting him, and I meant it, and God help me, we're going to fight.
He's a full of shit when he talk like that. Man, I don't like this. He don't respect nothing, he don't respect nobody. I want to see his blood in my knee.
If you look back at the history of these two guys, there's been some really insulting words.
You want to know how you could get as much tantalizing conversation from something as Wanderlei Silva? Just talk to my shoe. It's Gerbil, 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 Mr. Sonnen!
Suck my balls.
That is not what I said.
There's been some physical altercations.
So I go out to Brazil to film a season of The Ultimate Fighter.
And one day we be close and he touch me.
Listen, we don't follow very many codes. If a dude's wife is present, the gig is up.
I don't know if his wife is there. It's his problem, you know?
He jumped me in front of my wife. You're gonna pay for that.
Once the door closes and someone locks that cage pin into the door, that's going to be the moment of truth.
I fought 49 men, but I trade every one of those memories, I trade every one of those experiences to get in there with Wanderlei Silva one time.
I know what everybody want to see. With the blood of my opponent. It's crazy because I love it.
He can roll his wrist and make all the faces he wants at somebody. He's dealing with a gangster.
He's going to try to take me down. In that moment, I'm going to catch him.
This is America. You take what you can get and you get whatever you can take. I've been down that way. I've been in the yard before, and I'm not talking about a front yard like you sitting over there holding your little paper clip. I'm talking about the time I had to put a spoon in a pencil sharpener to settle a debt over a pack of cigarettes out by the weight stack. I'm talking about that yard, Mr. Clipboard.
After this fight, man, his face is going to show when he's back.
When all is said and done, I will promise you this. It's going to be one more in the win column, one more for the highlight reel, and one more for the bad guy. A spoon and a pencil sharpener to settle a debt over a pack of cigarettes out by the weight stack. I just thought of that. I'm a goddamn genius. Excuse me. I am a once-in-a-lifetime treasure to this godless city. New York is happy to have Chael Sonnen, the biggest draw in the industry, the highest-paid athlete the sport has ever seen. It can be one-on-one, two-on-one, or five-on-one. I will make sure you all need 9-1-1. When you're the greatest fighter in the world today, they got a name for you. They call you Mr. Sonnen.
And now, ready to make his way to the cage, Chael, the American Gangster, Sonnen.
The second of our double main event. Our main events here tonight. One of the great talkers in combat sports history, but Jimmy, as you even just mentioned, he doesn't want that written on his tombstone. Chael Sonnen is a very prideful individual. Yes, he loves to get into his opponent's minds with the mind games, and yeah, he's great with a quip. Maybe has a future as a stand-up comedian, but he really needs to prove himself in the Bellator MMA cage tonight against Wanderlei Silva.
Exactly. If you have that shtick of being the great talker, you have to back it up with outstanding performances. His last performance against Tito Ortiz, anything but outstanding. He needs to redeem himself tonight in the eyes of the fans.
He enters this fight with just one victory in his past 5 outings dating back to July 2012. Lone win came against Mauricio Shogun Rua in the octagon in August 2013. Chael Sonnen, the American Gangster, ready to do battle with his arch-rival Wanderlei Silva.
Now making his way to the Bellator cage, Wanderlei, the Axe Murderer Silva.
One of the most decorated fighters in MMA history, holds so many Pride Fighting Championship records, involved in so many memorable battles. But here in the concrete jungle where dreams are made of, Jimmy, Wanderlei Silva would love to use his hands of concrete to wire Chael Sonnen's mouth shut.
It would be probably the most satisfying beatdown of his career. Another rematch match with Arona. A lot of emotion behind that one, but he would love
Rampage Jackson.
Rampage Jackson.
But you're right.
I think
this is personal.
This is much more personal, even than those fights.
Silva called Sonnen the biggest joke in MMA, but the Axberger hopes to deliver the violent punchline. And as we mentioned, the time for talking is over. This is not about championships. It's about pride and punishment. No love lost as you look at the Pride FC records held by Wanderlei Silva. What an illustrious career it has been, but again, we wonder just how much cage corrosion will prove to be a factor for Wanderlei Silva. It's the pomp and pageantry of Bellator's biggest event in history, Bellator NYC. Once again, here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd ask you to please rise. First, for the playing of the Brazilian national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of the colors by the New York City Fire Departments. And now, for the playing of the U.S. National Anthem, we welcome guitarist of Jane's Addiction and host of Spike's Ink Master, Dave Navarro.
And for the final time tonight, the tale of the tape brought to you by Dave & Buster's, the only place to eat, drink, play, and watch sports.
Look at the records. Both guys extremely experienced, but they want, I think, need this fight. Wanderlei Silva wants revenge. Chael Sonnen wants to erase the taste of his last fight against Tito Ortiz.
Here with the official introductions of Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miller Lite presents Bellator NYC from Madison Square Garden tonight, live on pay-per-view. The time has come for the night's second main event. 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. Brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. It's Miller time. And now, introducing the blue corner. At 6'1", weighing in 205.8 pounds, invariably outspoken, the 3-time world title challenger returns to the Bellator cage with 28 professional victories, 15 defeats, and 1 draw. Hailing from West Lynn, Oregon, presenting Chael, the American Gangster, Sonnen. And across the cage, his adversary fights out of the red corner at 5'10", weighing in exactly the same, 205.8 pounds. The always thrilling former champion tonight makes his much anticipated Bellator debut, bringing an outstanding professional record with 35 victories, 12 defeats, and 1 draw. Hailing from Curitiba, Paraná, Brazil, introducing Wanderlei, the Axe-Murderer Silva. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge of the action, Big John McCarthy.
Gentlemen, we've gone over the rules in the back. I want you to protect yourself at all times. You obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard but fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch them now. Good luck to both of you.
Yeah, right.
I don't know why he even said that. Gotta have formality.
Yeah. Big John McCarthy overseeing this, the second of our 2 main events. It's time to do their talking.
You ready?
With their fists, their feet. And Chael Sonnen, Wanderlei Silva, grudge match, years in the making. No surprise, Sonnen exploding for the takedown, and he gets it early, Jimmy.
We knew we'd see it fast. It was in the first 10 seconds.
Ground and pound by Sonnen in the opening 30 seconds of this, our main event, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division.
This is what he's great at, ground and pound in the dominant position. He's laying some great right hands.
We talked about potential cage corrosion for Silva coming off the longest layoff of his more than 20-year career, 1,574 days, Jimmy. And right now, he is in trouble.
He's feeling every single one of those days right now.
And
Chael Sonnen's all over him.
Dropping right hands. Now, something that may be overlooked because of his ferocious striking, Wanderlei Silva is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Jim.
Yeah, he is, and you can see him kind of angling for the arm. But the pressure that Chael Sonnen is putting on him is not making submissions an option right now. Silva's doing everything he can to just stay in this fight, but right now, Sonnen all over him.
Well, Chael Sonnen said, coming off the loss to Ortiz, that he was defeated by the worst fighter there is. That just makes him even worse. So not only is he looking to redeem himself, but of course he wants to put an end to this rivalry that has been years in the making.
Vanderlei had to know at some point he was going to be in this position, on his back, trying to survive.
Maybe not this early.
Yeah, maybe not this early, but tests your mentality. You start thinking, look, I know I'm going to have to deal with this eventually.
Old school can opener.
Yeah, going for the can opener.
Watch your fingers. There you go.
Problem is you can give up an arm there if the guy can angle his hips, but he lets it go.
So Chael Sonnen content in just mauling Vanderlei Silva up against the fence, dropping short, slashing elbows. And again, Vanderlei Silva, 40 years of age, the oldest competitor here tonight, slightly older than Fedor Emelianenko, who we saw get stopped early by Matt Mitrione in the first of our double main events.
So far, this is a wipeout halfway through the first round. Chael Sonnen all over him. Vanderlei's got to figure out something. He's able to push away and get up.
Up to his feet. With 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the opening round, but Sonnen stuck to him like Velcro.
Don't expect him to give Vanderlei Silva any space at all. He's in Greco country right now. This is where he loves to fight. In close, dirty box. Now Silva can angle away, and he does.
And Silva just landed a right hand. Sonnen from southpaw. Silva creating distance. Sonnen gets nailed. The right hand by Silva. And now it's Silva's turn to be on top.
Talk about a reversal. The legs went right out from under Chael Sonnen.
The best of times and worst of times for each of these two veterans here in round one. 90 seconds left in the first round.
And 30 seconds ago, it looks like it might be the end for Vanderlei Silva, and then he comes back.
25 of Silva's 35 victories have come via former knockout. Sonnen, good job tripping the hips. And now Sonnen with the takedown. Silva looking for the guillotine choke.
Now he's able to get around the guard. Without the guard, he's not going to get that guillotine.
And now Sonnen from half guard.
Lock up the Kimura. He's trying to isolate the wrist.
Final minute of the first round.
For a second, he's going to transition to full mount. Wasn't able to get it. This is the point of the fight. Near the end of the first round, those emotions burn away. And it's all about your training, your cardio, your technique.
At the end of the day, it is still a fight. You can't fight with words.
Exactly.
And Sonnen hoping to punctuate his performance in the opening round. He started well, suffered a bit of trouble in the middle part of the round, and now looking to close out the round in dominant position. 5 of Sonnen's 28 victories have been via submission, but he doesn't want to submit Vanderlei Silva. He wants to knock him out.
Yeah, but I think at this point he'll take whatever he can get. He felt that power.
Yep.
If he can submit him, he'll take it. Make no mistake.
Tito Ortiz fired up about the action.
You got clipped, pussy.
And Tito Ortiz
How do you really feel, Tim? How do you really feel about it?
You got clipped, and even on pay-per-view, I won't say the other word.
Back and forth. You know, I think the over-under on the double leg was 15 seconds. I think it'd be 10 seconds. Over 15 was you're going to make some money, but Chael Sonnen, beautiful ground and pound, powerful, great right hands, changing it up, going body head, and Vanderlei hanging on. Thought he might get a fight finishing strike there, but look at this. Right over the ear, took away the balance of Chael Sonnen. Wasn't a sharp shot, just an overhand. Look at that, bing. Not even turned over that sharp, but anything around the ear, your equilibrium completely goes.
So an interesting opening 5 minutes as the party continues here at MSG. People having a fantastic time, an amazing crowd here at Madison Square Garden for Bellator's biggest event ever as Sonnen comes in the attack. He clipped Vanderlei, and now they're swinging for the fences at Madison Square Garden, and Sonnen, the smart thing, changes levels, takes him down.
That left hand hurt him.
How'd you score the opening 5, Jimmy?
I had it 10-9 Chael Sonnen, just in dominant position longer, but he's in the guillotine now. Can Vanderlei finish? He would love to finish this via submission. Almost as satisfying as a knockout. Chael's doing everything he can. The one thing about the guillotine, if you don't get it, man, it costs you a lot of gas.
Sonnen was
breathing heavy.
Submitted by Tito Ortiz via rear naked choke at Bellator 170 this past January. And these two veterans both may be taking a breather. Referee imploring them to improve position.
One thing is, Silva might be waiting for a stand-up here. Knows he can't finish the guillotine, but maybe looking for a stand-up.
And already breathing with his mouth open.
Very, very heavy.
So a stalemate. And this is not the mannequin challenge, Jimmy.
Kind of looks like that right now. Sonnen is in trouble. Can't pull out his left hand, it looks like.
Is he even attempting?
Yeah. You see him shaking. He's trying to rip that hand off. And able to pull his head out. So far, he can't do it.
And because it is a submission attempt, really the referee is...
Exactly.
He can't stand him up.
Yeah. Hard to do that. Vanderlei at this point just hanging on.
And Sonnen attacked. Wow. I know the crowd will celebrate that. Tito Ortiz. Ortiz is shutting instructions of Vanderlei Silva. And on cue, Ortiz said, watch out for the double leg. And Sonnen explodes again for the power double.
Anybody could have said that. Everybody watching is saying the same thing. I know Tito knows wrestling, but you know Chael's going to go for the double leg.
And now ground and pound by Chael Sonnen. 2:45 left in the second round.
So far, virtually no sprawl by Vanderlei Silva. No answer to that double leg. They've been easy every time.
Sonnen continues to try to punish Vanderlei Silva from top position, wide base in the close guard. Silva trying to control his posture. Now cuffing him on the ears with a palm strike. A little pancrase for you there, Jimmy.
Old school.
Got to give a shout out to the pancrase vets, including Frank Shamrock, who's in attendance tonight, and I know El Guapo Basrun is watching at home. There really sums it up, doesn't it, Jimmy? This card is my everything, all of it right here. I love you.
It's been crazy, man. It's been a night where you never know what to expect. It's all happened. A double knockdown.
Wow.
Mitrione comes back to knock out Fedor.
Zach Freeman.
Yeah, every fight.
Brent Primus. We saw Lorenz Larkin losing his Bellator MMA debut to welterweight champion Douglas Lima. By the way, Ryan Bader, new Bellator light heavyweight champion to close out Bellator 180. And we will be hearing from the new light heavyweight champ still to come. Sorry, Jimmy.
Now, this is the problem that Vanderlei's had. He hasn't been able to create space. That closed guard position, he can sometimes keep Chael Sonnen close to him, but can't push off and really get space.
But the positioning
kept so much weight on.
Right, and this does behoove Sonnen, though, to keep Silva there against the fence. Exactly. No real estate. And he's content to just keep peppering away here in the final minute of round number 2.
Punches don't quite have the sting that they had in the opening round. But Chael still positionally dominant.
These two got into a full-fledged fight on the set of The Ultimate Fighter Brazil 3. Sonnen even said that Silva attacked him in front of his wife. So, I mean, there have been many hostilities leading up to this fight here tonight.
Come on, let's work.
Referee McCarthy imploring them to work.
You know where Vanderlei wants this, back on the feet. Maybe he can land that left hook again. He's hurt Chael a couple of times, but hasn't been able to keep the fight standing.
As Sonnen continues to stymie Vanderlei Silva. Round 2.
Vanderlei, you got to get yourself out there, baby.
Presta atenção, mãe.
Well, Jimmy, you, of course, a long-time voice of Bellator MMA. I will give you the honors. What a night in New York.
Very close fight between Ryan Bader and Phil Davis. Brent Primus winning the title over Michael Chandler. An incredibly devastating injury to his ankle. And then Matt Mitrione knocking out Fedor Emelianenko after a double knockdown. This has been the story of the fight. Wanderlei Silva able to hurt Chael Sonnen on the feet. Has rocked him more than once, but Chael Sonnen tenacious with the takedown. Wanderlei Silva hasn't been able to keep this fight where he wants it because of that double leg. Good penetration on the shot and virtually no takedown defense to speak of from Wanderlei Silva. It's been easy every time.
Ready? Get up.
So it comes down to this, the final 5 minutes of the second of our double main event here at Bellator's debut at Madison Square Garden. Bellator NYC and Wanderlei Silva, sense of urgency, the knee in the right hand, and again Sonnen exploding for the takedown. Wash, rinse, repeat.
Don't expect him to do anything different as long as it's working.
Chael Sonnen looking to move to full mount. Silva shrimping his hips and now has half butterfly guard. But what does Silva have to do? I know easier said than done, Jimmy, but what can Silva do to reverse his fortunes here?
In those brief half butterfly guard positions, he needs to push off and get space. He's been too comfortable keeping Chael closer. Works from a lot of close guard.
Look at that stat, Jimmy.
That tells the whole story. Too much pressure by Chael Sonnen.
So Sonnen looking to bounce back from an ignominious defeat in his Bellator debut. Wanderlei Silva looking to succeed after the longest layoff of his career in his Bellator debut, but he's looking up at Chael Sonnen now. Off his back, a minute and a half gone.
Exactly where he didn't want to be. Don't expect Chael Sonnen to wear out in this position. This is his bread and butter.
Now Silva trying to defend what appears to be maybe an attempt at an arm lock by Sonnen. No, Sonnen just content to continue reigning in the right hands.
He will not give up this position for anything. He won't risk any submission that might get him out of this top position. He won't do it. Top, play it safe.
It looks like he is going for the double wrist lock, and maybe an attempt at a Kimura here. Nope.
Yep. He's got the lock. He's got to get around the half guard to use it. Couldn't do it.
Silva just needs to explode his hips somehow again. Been through so many wars, so many miles on the odometer.
Is that explosive ability still there? So far, we haven't seen it.
That's the midpoint of the final round. And again, Sonnen fishing for that Kimura. Silva desperately trying to squirm out from underneath Chael Sonnen's blanket.
Chael's a veteran. He knows how much activity level is required to keep this fight on the ground. He's going to stay right there. Punch just enough.
One thing I'm a little surprised at, Jimmy, is that even here, that Sonnen is not maybe trash talking more. Like he really is, once the bell goes, focused on the fight.
Yeah, I think he's a little tired to be talking and fighting at the same time. Requires more energy than he has right now. This is hard work.
And he is desperately working for that Kimura.
Wanderlei just holding on. Everything about his posture, everything about his guard is just trying to stay close.
90 seconds left in this fight. Wanderlei putting his hands up, pleading with the referee, but I mean, Sonnen's doing work now, full mount.
He has a minute 15 left to get something done. But Chael Sonnen has just been tenacious with his top game.
Let's work to a finish. Let's go.
Coming up on the final 60 seconds of this main event. Hey, don't forget, Bellator will return to Thackerville with a pair of power-punching lightweight contenders. Derek Campos, Brandon Gertz will throw down in a rematch for a spot atop one of our most stacked divisions. Bellator MMA, Friday, July 14th, 9 p.m. live on Spike. Final 45 seconds of the fight.
Now he's looking to Big John for help, but Vanderlei's got to help himself. He has to create some space that he hasn't been able to do throughout this entire fight.
Well, Chael Sonnen able to impose his game plan on Vanderlei Silva. And the clock continues to tick away. Final 20 seconds. And it very much, as the shoulder strikes from Sonnen, looks like Sonnen is going to improve to 1-1 in Bellator MMA, and it appears he has gotten the best of the axe murderer, Vanderlei Silva.
That's a very frustrated Vanderlei Silva. I would even say disgusted.
Well, but to be fair to Chael Sonnen,
Chael did a great job.
So
Chael did a great job.
Vanderlei Silva can, you know, maybe work on the takedown defense a little more.
Yeah, because he could not stop any of those double legs. That was the story of the fight.
What day of the week is it?
It's Sunday.
Anything else?
So Chael Sonnen talk the talk, and here tonight, definitely walk the walk. Here's our Blackheart Premium Spiced Rum Replay, the bold 93 proof rum that's edgy to the core.
Don't just look at the takedown. Look how easy the takedown was. The hips never go back for Vanderlei Silva. He's never able to get his sprawl going. Easy penetration double legs. As long as you let Chael Sonnen do this, you're never going to win the fight because he has such heavy top pressure. Vanderlei Silva on the bottom the entire time, never able to get his own game going. When he was on the feet, he was able to hurt Chael a couple of times, but most of the fight was right here. Chael Sonnen on top, Vanderlei frustrated underneath.
Oh, look at Chael Sonnen and Tito Ortiz exchanging words. Sonnen calling out to Randy Couture. Oh, Chael was looking for some H2O and getting the thumbs up from Randy Couture. So a much better performance for Chael Sonnen in his second outing here in the Bellator MMA cage, but something tells me that this rivalry is far from over as we look at the CompuStrike total strikes landed. One-sided for Chael Sonnen. And we await the official decision. Well, we won't wait any longer. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance inside the Bellator cage, we'll go to your three judges. Your first judge, Sal D'Amato, scores the fight 30-26, while judges Jeff Mullen and Dave Torelli both see the fight the same 30-27. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Chael, the American Gangster Sonnen.
Can't be surprised. Unanimous decision win for Chael Sonnen. Here's Jimmy.
Chael, I know you didn't get the finish you wanted, but a dominant performance for the bad guy. How does it feel?
You know, I look around this arena, and aside from soon-to-be world champion Nick Skowski, all I can think to myself is, God damn, I hate New York.
Oh, whoa.
It looked like the bad blood is still there, Chael. Did you feel it in the fight?
I made Tito Ortiz tap out in less than a minute. I got Vanderlei Silva out of here in the main event. And when it comes to you, Fedor Emelianenko, I only need one shot. Now, you asked me for an autograph in the back. I patted you on your doughy head and told you I'd think about it. But I made my decision. I'll give you that signature, but it's going to be on the bottom of a contract, and you're going to find out, just like Vanderlei and Tito, you never piss off a gangster.
And you just heard it, Chael Sonnen, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, as usual, Chael Sonnen enjoying the last word, but is it the last time we will see Chael Sonnen and Wanderlei Silva engage in battle? Wanderlei Silva extremely upset, pushing Chael Sonnen as he exited the cage. Of course, Tito Ortiz defeated Chael Sonnen. It was Tito Ortiz that made Chael Sonnen tap out, but hey, never let the facts get in the way of a Chael Sonnen story.
Oh, never. He always has an alternative fact. You see the push on the way out. If you think this killed the bad blood, you are very much mistaken. Chael Sonnen, he'll always make it interesting with his mouth.
Well, I can't tell you how enjoyable this was for me, Jimmy. The first of many nights, I'm sure, cage side with yours truly, and what a night it was for Bellator MMA, the biggest event in Bellator history here at Madison Square Garden. And to wrap things up, let's go back to Mike Goldberg and the boys.
Thank you very much, guys. So I am thoroughly confused. So does Chael Sonnen fight Wanderlei again, Tito again, Fedor, or all three in the same night, Brendan?
I don't know. A lot of drama tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if it's all three. But I'd love to see Chael versus Fedor. That makes sense to me. It really does.
Well, he needed this win tonight. He came out, he got the win, got on the winning track in Bellator. Let's see what's next for him. He's already talked himself into 3 different fights. So let's see what Bellator Scott Coker comes up for him.
You know, they talk about old school wrestlers and the strength, and Dan Henderson is a perfect example. When you have those wrestling skills and you have that strength, you keep that in your latter years, Josh.
Randy Couture, Dan Henderson, legends in this sport, all right? Their wrestling adventures speak for themselves as well as with Chael's, and you saw it tonight, the way he performed, his takedowns, they don't go away. You can't teach a grown man how to wrestle, okay? But they don't ever lose it either, these guys.
It was also a product of Wanderlei not adapting to the times. He was playing kind of an old school jiu-jitsu game, off his back, not controlling posture. He didn't look to get to his feet. It was perfect for Chael Sonnen. The bad guy's game plan worked tonight.
It did perfectly, and you just had Matt Lindland, and I think you just gave us the old school team quest. Great job, guys. What a night from top to bottom. Enjoyable to be here inside the Mecca, Madison Square Garden. All right, this is what's coming up. We will see you next in Thackerville, and we cannot wait. It is the end of a trilogy, and you will see that Gorshkev and Njokuani will fight upstate in Verona, Benson Henderson, Pitbull, and Big Country, September 23rd, San Jose, California. Bellator MMA, live from Madison Square Garden. Our executive producers, Scott Coker, Scott Fishman, and Jamie Kazaki, Mike Sarnowski, John Norton, our producer, and Rick Baczynski, our director. Great job done by everybody, and when I say everybody, I mean the entire staff at Bellator, at Spike, at Paramount, at Viacom, because this was a wonderful evening and the first of many big nights like this to come. Zach Freeman, I think he shocked the world. Iron Mike Chandler, he would have continued to fight on one foot, but tonight belonged to Brent Primus. He leaves with the belt. Then why not, where we started in 1993 in this great sport, with a Gracie and a submission. And tonight, a Gracie and a submission for his cousin Royce and Uncle Henzo. Then it was the big knockout, the biggest knockout of the year, maybe ever, for Matt Mitrione and Chael Sonnen, also with the win. For Josh Thompson, Brendan Shaw, Jim Brown, Mauro Ronaldo, and Jimmy Smith, I'm Mike Goldberg, and we will see you next time inside the Bellator cage.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Francis Ngannou. Subscribe now.